Welcome to the Roadrunner 89 Investment Network, where we talk about interracial love and marriage. Hope you enjoy Swirl to Investment. When it comes to interracial marriage, the most successful is black women, white men. And the reason is because black women are the most nurturing, most loving, most loyal, most spiritual, and most beautiful. Any questions? Swirl to investment. Choose the black woman.
All right, how's everybody doing today? Okay, this live's a little bit earlier than usual, and that's a good thing. Okay, usually we go into the late night, early morning, but I finally got a day off. I finally got some stuff done, and get to do an early show today. And it's good to see you guys. Good to see you, Carolyn, by the book, and everybody joining in right now. It's good to see everybody. If you read the title, Interracial Relationships, the Investor versus the Beta King. Okay, and I'm going to go into some terms when it comes to interracial dating and what's going on from what I see and stuff I hear from other people that I observe. And, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong or, share your opinion. And as I go through, and once I'm done, then we'll have a panel if you want to come up and talk about it. First of all, I'm going to start with interracial dating, and I'm going to go into it with, black men and white women and white men and black women and tell you the difference and what I see and why one group is more successful than the other. And I'm going to talk a little bit about beta kings, okay? If you ever heard that term beta king, okay? That is a black male that lives off the resources of black women, that has excuses for everything, that don't want to really commit, that wants to have fun and, don't want to get married, don't want to take responsibility. That's a beta king. Someone that's got to be pampered. Somebody that's, got to be told they're the best and, it's everybody else's fault but them. They'll blame white supremacy and black women and, no matter what happens to them, they'll use those two things a lot, okay? They'll use other excuses too. But anyway, we know when it comes to interracial dating, right? We do have some issues. There are people that don't like it. Even in 2023, there are haters out there that will try to stop you from finding love outside your race. Okay? And the biggest group that's attacked is black women, white men in today's world in 2023. Nobody can tell me any different. Black men and white women, yeah, people hate that, but they don't get as attacked as much as black women and white men from black people and white people. Okay. But, when we want the best option, we got to fight for the best option. And I said this, and I'll say it again. Black women, white men are the best option for each other, statistically. There's, every individual is different. I get it. People have character, some don't. But statistically, when we look at what's going on, we look at the data, black women, white men lead the way, hands down. There's no question. And, before I go into this, I'm going to show one of the comments I got from my Beta King troll fans. Okay. And I show comments when they, give them to me and their opinion, so you can see what they think, where they're coming at this. Okay, and I'm going to put this up here, and you guys can read this. This is an actual comment I got on my last video. Okay, comments from Beta King trolls. Okay, and I'm highlighting this week's Beta King. Okay. This guy is named Murky Vision 1986. Okay, I guess maybe that's when he started seeing his murky visions. Okay, I'll put this up here. No, let me take. All right, so you guys can see it. Okay, what he says. He can't even say real things men want, like submissive, feminine. Nobody cares about educated, I think he meant, or how much money they make. Okay, well, Beta Kings care about that because they want to be taken care of. Then it says here, they are not the most nurturing. That's a lie. No, Black women are the most nurturing. You sound like a fool. The most loyal, let's see. You sound like a fool. They are not the most loyal. Asian women are the most loyal. Okay, whatever. Your marriage lasts because your wife hate her color and worship white people. That's from slavery. You sound stupid. Okay. What do you think about that? Okay. This Beta King says, okay, I never talk about stuff that real men want. Submissive. I do talk about that. Black women are submissive. If you're being a real man, if you're doing what you're supposed to as a husband, if you're taking care of her, if you're protecting her, she's very submissive. But if you're a Beta King where she's got to work 2 jobs to take care of your dumb ass, of course she's not going to be submissive. She don't have the energy, and naturally it's not going to come. Okay? And Black women are the most nurturing. They are above any group of women. So dismiss that freaking Asian women are, okay? And I'm sure there's Asian women that are very submissive, but that's something that, people see in movies and they think they're the most submissive. They might be one of the most submissive, but Black women are more submissive if you're doing what you're supposed to as a man. That's any woman. If you're not doing what you're supposed to as a man, how can she submit to you? Unless she forces herself to, and it's unnatural, And then this clown goes to say that my marriage lasted as long as it did is because my wife hates her color and she worships white people. No, sir, she does not. She went for the best option, like I went for the best option. We don't hate ourselves. We just want the best option for ourselves. My wife embraces her skin tone and what she looks like. And I do too. It's beautiful. None of us are hating. And it didn't come from slavery. My wife was not a slave and I wasn't a slave owner. So I don't know why these Beta Kings go into that. That's their defense. They have nothing else to offer except to talk about slavery. Talk about Jim Crow, stuff they never experienced because they have nothing to bring to the table. That's why they always ask Black women, what do you have to bring to the table? Because they ain't got a damn thing to bring to the table except whining, except this stupid crap. You can tell this guy's beta. He's more worried about my YouTube show and my marriage to my wife than what he's doing in his own life. This is so beta, it's not even funny. But there you go. I'll put it up there if you want to read it. But, that's what he says, okay? And he's got a right to his own opinion, but it's a lie. But he only wished he could have a wife a marriage that lasts that long. And I'm going to tell you, Murky Vision 1986. I'm going to tell you something, Murky Vision 1986. Us white men like myself, us investors, we're going date and marry black women, and we're going to get the best black women in your community because we are real men. We provide, we protect, we come with love, we come with resources, we come with wealth, something you don't have. Murky Vision 1996. And yes, education is important. It shows character. You know, he probably dropped out of school, so you probably don't care about education, but I guarantee he does care about education. Beta kings love men, love women that have degrees because those women make more money. That way they can be lazy and play their Xbox and let the woman take care of them. That's what beta kings do. They gravitate in their femininity, and you know, they look for women to praise them, call them kings, and take care of them. You know, but anyway, that's just one of my beta king trolls. And this guy, you know, he admires me. He wish he could be me, and he probably wish he could be a white guy. You know, he's just jealous. He can't get a good quality black woman. That's why he's angry. That's why he goes in on black women not being the most nurturing, which we all know black women are the most nurturing. Okay. It is what it is. You cannot dispute that. But that's what you get from a beta king. Jealousy, anger, going in on black women because he cannot have a quality wife like I do. He cannot have a long marriage like I do. Because he's not a man. He's a beta. You know? Basically, he's a woman with a penis. Keep it real. That's what this guy is. But anyway, let me go ahead and pull this down. Okay. Okay, that's one of the comments from my beta troll, my beta king fans. Okay. And I will show you these every now and then as I get them. I like to show them off and let you guys read. And you can just see the ignorance and the jealousy and the anger. And not only did he attack me, he attacked my wife. But that's what betas do. And they go into slavery because they have nothing to offer in 2023. So they have to refer to that. That's their security blanket. That's their safety net. But anyway, you know, enough of that. Okay, we're going to talk about dating, interracial marriage, right? And I'm going to give you some terms. You probably heard me say these, and I'm going to explain what they are. Okay? I made a few slides, and I'm going to add this one to the screen. Okay. Let me, dang it, let me change the thing here. Okay, so you can see what it says. Okay, this here, okay, bowling for Becky's. Okay, the term bowling for Becky's. What is that? Is it this guy that's bowling trying to hit Becky's with the bowling ball? No. Bowling for Becky's is a black man's quest to date white women. Okay. And they try to get the body count up. They try to date as many black women as they can. They're bowling for Becky's. They're on a quest for Becky's. They love white women. Okay. And these ladies here are probably, well, they're more attractive than most beta kings get. I mean, let's be honest. Okay. But I just show a group of women. That's what they're after. You know, light skin. The preference usually is blonde hair, blue eyes. It kind of goes in correlation of the white supremacists, which a lot of these black beta kings are the modern day white supremacists. They worship whiteness. They do. So thus they bowl for Becky's. You know, it's a quest. And a lot of times it's short term. It usually don't lead to marriage. Okay. Usually bowling for Becky's is a short term dating. It's all about the excitement. It's about the lust. It's about the body count. And it's about feeling superior to white men because a lot of these beta kings think that since they're with a white woman, they're taking something away from white men. And they think, some of them even think that they're courageous in doing this, like it's some kind of duty. Okay, but this usually don't last. Bowling for Becky's. Now, there's always exception to the rule. One guy might be bowling for Becky's and end up marrying a white woman. It can happen. But usually it's short-lived. It's a lot of these Becky's will experiment with black men. They'll want to see what it's like. They'll both, Tyrone and Becky, will get together and fetishize each other and live that experience. A lot of white women will mess around with black guys and then not marry them and then come back and marry a white man later on. Okay, that's usually what happens. But sometimes, they might get married and use it, in the most failure of marriage is black men and white women. Most successful is white women, black men. It is what it is. But the term bowling for Becky's is seeking out Becky's, a black man's quest to date white women for their ego, to take a dig at white men. They think it bothers white men, but it does not in today's world. In the early 1900s, 1800s, yes, it did bother white men. But in today's world, we don't care. It is what it is. But anyway, that's the term bowling for Becky's. Okay. So if you ever hear me say bowling for Becky's, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. And the Becky's they go is the Girls Gone Wild type Becky's. Becky's Gone Wild. You remember those videos they had? Girls Gone Wild, bunch of crazy, silly white women doing, silly things. I think they took that off because it gave white women a negative image. But anyway, that's what I think about bowling for Becky's. Okay. Black men love Becky's. They do. A lot of them do. And they bowl for them. They try to, it's like you're bowling. You're trying to hit every pin. You're trying to hit every Becky. You're trying to get your body count up. You're trying to make white men jealous, which it never happens. But, in your fantasy, in your head, it might make you feel good. Anyway, so any questions about bowling for Becky's? It is what it is. Okay. Now let me take that off the screen. Okay. Now, here's another term. Okay. And you're going to laugh at this. Okay. This here. All right. You see the screen. Crapping out for Karens. Okay. All right. Here, you got a picture of a black Superman carrying a white woman. You got a guy shooting dice and an angry white woman. She's about to throw a fit. And then you got another picture of a white woman, light skin, blonde hair. That's, the Beta King that interracially dates. That's his preference. Okay. Light skin, blonde hair, blue eyes. Just like, a lot of white supremacists, preference. They kind of like the same in a way. Okay. Crapping out for Karens. Okay. It's like you're rolling the dice. Okay. This is what black men do. They're rolling the dice. They're shooting craps, and they get a Karen. Okay. And crapping out Karens. The term means black men dating and encouraging a white woman's bad behavior. We know what a Karen is, right? We know Karens are a privileged white woman that gets angry, and if it don't go her way, she'll throw a fit. Okay, not all Karens are angry, racist white women. Okay, there are angry Karens that date black men. A lot of them exclusively, and they hate white men. They hate white people. It's and they're angry. Okay, and a lot of them will attack black women. And they feel they're privileged because they're with a black man. They might even have biracial kids. They believe that's a privilege. They're an angry Karen. They appropriate black culture. A lot of them will wear cornrows and speak in slang. And they'll attack black women, and black men will encourage this. They'll encourage it. They'll embrace it. They think it's a neat thing. They help these beta kings attack black women. And the angry Karen, she feels privileged. She feels she's more beautiful than black women, which 9 times out of 10, she is not. Okay. A lot of time the angry Karen's like the reject that white men just don't want nothing to do with. She's got issues, and a lot of times she'll gravitate towards black men because she'll feel superior. She's privileged. Her daddy took care of her whole life, and now she feels entitled that she's with a black man. Even though she's white, she feels that she's more of a black woman than black women. I mean, and black men encourage this. And that's crapping out for Karen. You're promoting their crap. You're encouraging it. You're shooting those craps. You're rolling the dice. Will you get a good woman? No, you'll just crap out with Karen. That's what you do. So, I mean, like, shooting dice on the street. You're doing it in your dating life. Okay? But that's what a beta king does. Rolls the dice, craps out in a Karen, and they're both causing trouble. Mostly going in on black women. Okay? They're both jealous of black women. The angry Karen wants to be the black woman, but she can't because she's a white woman. And the black man's jealous of the black woman because black woman's outdoing him. Okay? Not all black men are crapping out for Karens, but a lot of them do. You see it. You see that white woman that comes in there speaking slang, trying to stand up to black women, acting tough, right? And feels privileged. She might even have biracial kids and think, okay, she's part of the black family. She can say what she wants. Privilege. And, those angry Karens, us as white men, we got to take we got to own this one. Okay? We got to take that L for this one. We created the angry Karen. And at times, black men will take that and run with it and create their own angry Karen, And, I think they kind of, beta kings get off on this. They love it when white women act like black women. It's crazy. It's opposite when white men date black women. If we start acting like that, it's a big turnoff. But, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. Bowling for Becky's, getting that body count up, crapping out for Karens, promoting bad behavior with these black women or white women, and these angry Karens feeling they're privileged. Okay, that's what a Karen is. Overprivileged white woman thinks the world revolves around her. But it makes sense. The beta king thinks the same thing. He's like an angry Karen in the black male form. It is what it is. Tell me I'm wrong. I mean, hey, and I'm not against black men going after white women and dating them. Hey, if that's what you like, you can do that. That's your right as a human. If she'll date you and you want to date, hey, have at it. But a lot of these relationships don't go too well. Bowling for Becky's, you'll have a better chance at a better relationship, but that fails a lot. But crapping out for Karens, it's just a disaster altogether. You take an angry Karen and a beta king, oh my God, you got the Tasmanian devil on crack. It just is what it is. I mean, anyway. Okay, so let me take that down. All right. That's crapping out for Karens, okay? Beta king's crapping out, shooting that dice. What am I going to get? What Karen am I going to get? And they'll use it to attack black women. They're both jealous of black women. They do that. Okay. Now, I've showed you the beta king side of interracial dating and the Becky and Karen side, okay? The beta king's either going to get a Becky or a Karen, the Karen that's privileged, that wants to be black, that has self-hate towards white people, and most of all, hates black women. I mean, it is what it is. And they feel privileged because they're with a black man. And some of them have biracial kids, and they really feel privileged in. Anyway, I know there's going to be some white women pissed off at me. I don't care. This is what I see. Okay, and not all. There's good and bad black men and white women. Okay, got to put my disclaimer up there. Okay, now this term here comes white men and black women, our relationship, the most powerful relationship, the power couple. Okay, let me put this up here. Okay, and this is my theme. Okay, swirl to investment, interracial dating to marriage. Okay, this is white men and black women. They will swirl, they will date each other for the purpose of marriage. They're in it for love. They're strategic. They want to go the distance. They want to have a family. They want to have thanks. They want to have a life together. They want to have a legacy, family. Okay, the long term. You know, they're thinking all areas. The investment. Okay. I dated black women for an investment to be married to a black woman, and thus I married a black woman. I'm 100% invested. I am an investor. Okay, I'm not a swirler. That's gone. I'm with one woman now, my wife. I am an investor. Okay, there's a difference. Swirl to investment, marriage, dating to marriage. Okay, now I didn't cover divestment. We know what that is. Okay, there's some deviations, but sometimes an investor can end up marrying a divester. It happens. Okay, it happens a lot. Okay, divestment ain't strictly for interracial dating. The investor is strictly for interracial dating. He loves the black woman. That's his goal, to invest in the black woman for the best option, for the best investment, the best returns. You know, black women, white men, we think strategically. We think in an investment. Okay, when we want real love, when we want a family, you know, we want the best for us, which we give the best for each other. We want educated children. We want them to be successful. We want our legacy to grow and become, we want our children to be better than we are. And we do it for love. And we're, you know, it's like a us against the world type thing. But if you invest, you know, if you want the best, you got to fight the fight. You know, it don't come easy, but it's well worth it. And swirl to investment, that is a slogan I have, and I believe in it. Okay, black women are the best option, and those of us white men that see this, we swirl to investment. Now, can an Asian man swirl to investment? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Hispanic man can swirl to investment. Okay, it's not exclusively white men and black women. The swirl to investment is investment in the black woman. Okay, a non-black man investing in the black woman. Okay, and this lasts longer than bowling for Becky's or crapping out for Karen's. This is the best thing. This is the best option. Okay, and that is the path I have chosen. And if you see the pictures, that's me and Sandy, our cartoon picture. But this one is superheroes, a black woman, white man, power couple superhero type. You know, and I like that picture because it shows, you know, true love, the power couple. They got it together, you know. He's in a suit, she's in her outfit looking beautiful. I mean, you know, that's the power couple. But to get there, you have to swirl to investment. Okay? And like I said, a lot of times we end up swirling with divestors into marriage. It happens. Okay? Not always, but a lot of times we meet in the middle there. But anyway, those are the terms. And if you hear me talk about these, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. Swirl to investment. You know what it is. It's part of my channel slogan. Okay. Swirling is a beautiful thing done the right way. Swirling into fetishization or lust, no, that's not an investor. That's a swirler. Most of the time, black men and white women, when they swirl, it's usually a fetishization. And it's kind of crazy because white men are always labeled as fetishizers. And not saying that there's no white men that fetishize. Every group of people fetishizes. But we get that title. But in actuality, black men, white women do it the most. Thus, their relationships don't last as long. They're not as strategic. They don't do it for the purpose of marriage and long-lasting relationships. Okay. Now, when we talk about swirling to investment, what can that get you? Okay. What can that lead to? Okay. Two people falling in love. A lot of times there are investors that will marry a black woman that has children. Okay. That's perfectly fine. And a lot of men need to marry single mothers. I think, God wants that to happen so the children can have fathers, so they can have a structure where they have a mother and father, even if the father's not the biological father. Okay. I know a number of white men that have married black women that have black children, and they take that on. And that's a courageous thing. That's a beautiful thing. That's not a weakness. That's not a simp. That's a man, marrying the woman he loves and taking care of her children. Okay. It's a package deal. When you get married, if that woman has kids or that man has kids, that's your family now. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. And I see no problem. And these beta kings are going to get pissed when I say this, but I see no problem with black children calling a white man daddy that marries their mother. I think that's a beautiful thing. Don't you? And that investment, you get a good wife, and you could get children that love you later on, that when you get old, that will love you like a father and have your back. Okay. I've seen that happen. So swirl to investment. This is a real thing. It's an investment in life. It's an investment in love. It's an investment on each other. And it's an investment in our community, in our country. Okay. And ladies, the best thing you can get is an investor if you're into interracial relationships. The investor, you can't see the investor if you don't know the investor. And what I mean by that is a lot of investors look like the average everyday white guy. Okay. They usually don't talk in slang. They usually don't have their pants sagging. They don't wear gold chains. They don't speak in slang. Usually. Now there are some white men that grew up in black neighborhoods. They might speak a little slang or dress a certain way, but usually investor, you don't even know he dates or is married to a black woman. You don't. I've been told this my whole life. You don't look like the kind that would date a black woman or marry a black woman. Well, what's that kind look like? I'm not changing who I am. I love myself. I'm okay being a white man. I'm okay with that. I'm happy with that. The only difference between me and another white man is I want a black woman by my side as my wife, and that's what I got. So a lot of times you will not see the investor, But, I just wanted to give you these terms and think about that. And ladies, you don't want to get a white man that's a swirler. You want an investor, okay? You want the man that's swirling to investment. Okay, he won't be an investor yet, but once he gets married, he's an investor. He's invested. He's given all to be with that woman. He's invested everything. And what do you invest when you're an investor? Okay. You give the woman your love, your affection, your wealth, your name, and everything that comes along with marriage. Okay. That's what an investor will do. A swirler, they just want to have fun with you. Or, well, not always. There's good swirling that they want to date you because they think you're beautiful and they want to get to know you. But that swirler will turn into an investor. Okay? A full beard and connected with tattoos. Okay. But those are the terms. Okay? So I'm going to put these back up here and let you see them again. Okay. Okay. Bowling with Becky's. You know what that is, right? Black men that seek to date white women. Okay. They want to get their numbers up. They want to date as many as they can. It's for the excitement. And they think that they're, taking a dig at white men, and, but 98% of white men don't give a damn anyway. But okay, live your fantasy, bro. But that's bowling for Becky's. All right, crapping out for Karens. Okay, rolling the dice. What kind of Karen you going to get? And this is black men that date and encourage white women's bad behavior. When she goes in on black women, he encourages that. He thinks it's cute. He thinks it's funny. And she gets off on it because her man is showing her love and laughing with her. And she thinks for some reason she's better than black women. That's the angry Karen. And he's just crapped out with her. He's sharing in the crap, causing problems and stuff. Okay. And then swirl to investment, interracial dating to marriage, white men or non-black men that seek to date black women for marriage. Okay. This is the real deal. This is the man that loves you, wants to marry you, spend the rest of his life with you, the investor. Okay. All right. So, those are the terms, and that's what's going on. And I see it every day. Okay. You got jokes. But this is real, though. Bowling for Becky's is real. Tyrone likes to bowl for Becky's. He's got to get his body count up. I'm just saying. And it's excitement, Black men can charter a bus, an airplane, and come get all those Karens and hooligans they want. Yeah. They can have all the Beckys they want. Okay. It's a free country. Hey, you know what? I encourage interracial relationships. And ladies, you don't want a black man that bowls for Becky's, okay? Because he's looking for it in a fetishizing way, in a lustful way. And if he's at that mindset when he's with black women, it's the same thing, okay? And the crazy thing is black men that bowl for Becky's, they'll tell black women these are their preferences, right? Becky, Mayling, and Maria, and tell you how much better they are. But when it comes to marriage stats and out of birth rate, their preferences get a worse deal than black women do. They're the biggest single mothers, the most failed relationships. It's crazy. It's already failed with black women, and it gets even worse when they get with their preferences. But hey, look how a white man treats his preference. You know how I treat my preference? Being married to her over 28 years, giving her a house, a place to live, a roof over her head, a place she can call her own. That's how I treat my preference. You know, provide for her, protect her, take care of her, love her. I've given it all. So, I mean, but hey, you know, thus I'm blessed. I invested. I swirled to investment. Now I'm reaping the returns. My children are all educated, college educated. They all have degrees. They're successful. Me and my wife, we're living well. Was it always pleasant and rainbows and unicorns? No, there was ups and downs, but we always had love for each other. We always could work things out. Our love was stronger than any of our problems could ever be. I did right. I invested right. And that is the best investment I ever did, was investing in a Black woman, marrying a Black woman. And that has blessed me with love, with affection, with children, and yes, financially too. And how can a woman make you more successful than you ever think you could be? Because of the love and respect that she gives you, the nurturing. Like the Beta King said, Black women aren't the most nurturing, it's Asian women. Yeah, he probably read that out of a comic book. Okay? Not to say Asian women, you know, aren't submissive or nurturing, but, you know, Black women lead the way hands down. 92% of single mothers, their preferences of a Black man, Black women, 75%. Yeah, that's right. And you know what? So does that really show that's their preferences? You know, the Beta King's preference is the Beta King. It's himself. He worships himself. He does. He could do no wrong. The Beta King is always right. You know, whenever he can't get a job, it's racism. Whenever he can't get a date, it's Black women and white supremacy. When, you know, he makes bad decisions, it's never his fault. Black women again, white supremacy, you know, and I seen a picture on one of the YouTubers, come listen to my podcast, and it had a button of white supremacy and blame Black women. That's so true. It's not even funny. But yeah. But there you have it. Do you want a man that bowls for Becky's and craps out for Karens? And then when those relationships fails, a lot of these Beta Kings will say, Black women, where are you at? And it's sad. And there should never be a reason why a Beta King should go off, date other women, and use Black women as, you know, the fallback woman. If it don't work out, go back to the Black. No. I say, if that's your preference, you stay with your preference. You don't go back and forth. When I dated Black women, I never went back. When I married my Black wife, that's it. I'm invested. I'm all in. But these Beta Kings bounce back and forth. They're looking for who could do the most for them, you know. And that's what they do. They're not husbands and fathers. They're players and pimps. They play around. They pimp out women. They exploit women. Take them for their resources, their education. They say they hate educated Black women, but no, they don't. Because they know educated women, Black women, have resources. They have wealth because they worked hard for it. They want a piece of that wealth without working for it. Tell me I'm wrong. Let me change that picture there. Tell me I'm wrong. I'm serious. And I got to do the disclaimer. Not all, not all. But dang, most of them. 27% of the most beautiful women are married. Only 27% of the most beautiful, most successful women on earth are married. That needs to change. And if black men ain't going to do it, us white men got to step in. And just like I said to this beta king that had that comment, you know what? I'm taking care of a black woman, something you cannot do. All you could do is blame her. All you could do is go online and give comments and attack. That's all you can do. You can't take care of a woman, period. A black woman or your preference. That's why you hate. And you know what? Keep it up. And white men are going to marry more black women. And we're not just going to go and get any black women. We're going to get the best you have to offer, the best that's out there, the most educated, most beautiful, most successful. You say education and how much they make don't matter? Okay. But you know what? We don't live off their resources. In fact, we provide for them. What they bring in, that's extra. 9 times out of 10, we don't even care what they keep what they make. My wife keeps what she makes. I don't even care what she makes. My job is to provide, not hers. But a beta king needs a mama to take care of him. Beta king still lives in his mom's basement. The investors making it happen. The investors bringing up his own resources. Thus, who's the black woman going to go for? The beta king or the investor? I know black women are race loyal, but I'm telling you, it's going to change. Even these mammies and pick-mishas are going to come around. Beta King's going to lose in the end. He's already losing. Get that deprogramming going on and it's done. Day of reckoning's coming. Beta King's going to be left by himself while the black woman's lifted up as the most beautiful and most valued woman on earth. And she could have already had that status if the Beta King would have fought for her. But anyway, okay, I'm going to drop the link if you guys want to come up. Before I close this, I'm not going to do a long one, but, oh yeah, swirl to investment. That's it. Okay. I'll go ahead and close that out. And I'll drop the link. It's good to see everybody. We got 70 people watching. That's awesome. It's good to see everybody. And, this is how I see it in the interracial dating world, the swirl world that we live in. Okay. That's part of our community. Okay. We start out as swirlers and become investors. Okay. I am not a swirler. I'm an investor. Okay. I'm married now. I'm 100% invested in the black woman. I am. That's why I'm an investor. And I got there, swirl to investment. That's the right way to swirl. Black men, white women are swirling the wrong way. They're doing it for fun, for lust, for, the short-term thing. Now, not to say they can't have a swirl that leads to marriage. They can. But a lot of times that doesn't happen. And we know why. We know the reason why they date out. And if a man's trying to make you jealous of another woman, that's a red flag there. That's a problem. And the preference should have a problem with it. Because, look, if I look at this and if I was dating a black woman and she tried to make a black man jealous, that means she don't care about me. Serious. That would be a problem. But that's what black men do to white women, Asian women, Hispanic women, is they try to throw it in the black woman's face. It's like a competition thing. I don't get it. See, when I open up my option, I didn't care what white women think. It wasn't a concern. I didn't. There was no point. You know, some thought it was good, some thought it was wrong. I don't give a damn. That's, you know, when you're living your best life and you love somebody, if you're a man and you love a woman, you don't even know what other women are doing. You don't. You don't care. But to a beta king, he cares because it's about him. He's got to be the most desired, never wrong. Anything that happens, it's black women and white supremacy. They'll even get jealous and say that black women and white men are white supremacists. But these beta kings are more white supremacists than white people living today, really, except the extreme racists, really. I mean, they're colorist. They put down black women if their skin complexion's dark. They embrace white women. I mean, I've heard black men say that they only date light to white. I've had friends that dated black women that were as light complected as me. It's crazy. Okay. Hello there, Stephanie and Afro Angelique.
Hello.
Hello, good to see you, ladies.
Good to see you. You guys too. Can you hear me?
I can. You got a little bit of an echo.
Okay, let me.
Might have a device on or something, maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna fix it and come back.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll let you back up. But it is good to see you. And Stephanie, good to see you. It's been a little bit.
Yeah, it's good to see you too, Brent. I've been listening to your lives and Benson's lives, and y'all have me laughing. Y'all telling some truth though.
Yeah.
Especially with the was it crapping for Karen's and bowling for Becky's? I was laughing.
Bowling for Becky. Yeah, that's well. It is kind of true because when you bowl, you know, you try to get every pin. Well, we got an echo there. Black women wake up. Yeah, but I mean it seriously. It's like bowling, right? You try to get every pin. You try to get your count up. It's like these men. They try to date as many white women as they can and get their body count up. And a lot of them feel that somehow they're taking a dig at white men by being with a white woman. And really, white men don't care in this day and time. There's so many white women. Why would they care? I mean, they've been interracially dating forever.
White men are living rent-free in black men's heads while white men are not even thinking about them.
Yeah, that's true. It's like it's funny, but yeah. But this is how I see it. And then you guys tell me the Karen, the angry Karen that dates black men, that's like a Karen on the block that feels she's privileged or walks into a store, wants to see the manager because you didn't give her a greeting and a smile or something crazy. But these angry Karens with black men will actually go in on black women, and they feel like they're privileged to do so. I've seen it so many times. I've seen black men encourage it, like kind of egg it on, like it's cute and funny. You know, but I mean, tell me what you think. And then the swirl to investment, that is something I thought about, because when you interracially date, you're swirling, right? And you're doing it for an investment. You're doing it for marriage. And marriage is the biggest investment you'll ever make. You know, if you have a good wife, you're going to be blessed. You're going to have love. You're going to have things together. Your wealth is going to be good because you're both responsible. And if you choose wrong, oh my God, it could go really bad. But anyway.
I think that from what I listen to and from just majority, I think that when it comes to Black women and white men, that it's a more of a mature love, you know, generally speaking, and not every single body, but you know what I mean? Because we look at it different. It's not a matter of, oh, I have a Black woman, or oh, I have a white man. It's more of, like you said, we're the leaders of our community. We're going to go to counseling. We're going to go to God. We're going to go to get our education. We're going to try to go and have, get our own business. And we're used to, you know, even back in the day, I remember with my grandmother, my mother's one of 10. And my cousin said this. He says, you know what? My uncles are cool. I love them. I love my aunts. He said, but my aunts, because there were 5 girls and 5 boys. He says, man, they work hard. They used to work hard. And my uncles, when they were younger, you know, when I was younger, I saw it. They used to be outside kind of hanging around doing things. But my grandmother had the women in there turning mattresses and different things like that. And so sometimes I think between you and I, that their husbands would get a little jealous of them because of how they can think. Not how they can think and how they can maneuver. My grandmother taught them how to shop, how to maneuver money, and they're hard workers and they're educated. And it's a major difference on how they were raised. And like I said, my cousin, male cousin, saw that. He said, my aunties, he says, oh my goodness. And it's sad. And we need men who are like that. Just like we cater as Black women, a lot of times we were taught to cater to the men. A lot of times you guys, white men, were taught to cater to the women. So when he gets with a wife that caters to him, and she gets with a husband that caters to that, and vice versa, then they're doing for each other. That's that selfless love. Yeah. It's not her just looking after herself. It's not him just looking after himself. They're looking after each other, and they're so appreciative of it that they go hard for each other, and it's a wonderful marriage. They consider each other. The one thing I think I've said before is when a lot of the women, like Eve and different women, would go with, you know, guys who were not Black community, they would say, even other YouTubers, they say the thing that I love is that he considers me as a partner. If that husband considers you as a partner, you're not going to be defensive. If you can trust him emotionally, then you're going to be able to calm down and not have anxiety and say, okay, he's looking out for me. I'm looking out for him. We're looking out for each other. That's all we want.
Oh, hey, let me say this real quick. You are so right. Young lady that was up here and fell off, you could come back on. Sometimes, guys, if you come up and you get knocked off, it's not me. Sometimes StreamYard does it. So, you know, if you want to come back up, she had an echo, and I wanted to let her get in and talk, and she's welcome to come back. But yeah. But anyway, the link's up there if you want to come up. And guys, if you get knocked down, just come back up. Okay.
I completely agree with everything that you said. But like, what I've also noticed is that when you have a disagreement, it doesn't have to be a knockdown drag out. It is because you respect each other's opinions, and it's a discussion. As an old friend used to say, we're not fussing, we just discussing. So if you can trust that person is not going to impose their will on you, and that their word is law without any input from you. And it's so refreshing to not have to have a knockdown drag out just to get your point across.
Yeah, and that's where the love comes in. It's like you hear them out. You might think you're totally right and she's full of it, but you love her enough to say, okay, you know, hear her out. And then sometimes you find out, you know what? She was right. Wow, I was off. Yeah, that's
it's going to be harder to say she's right, even when you don't agree with just to end the argument. That's the only thing.
Yeah, take the easy way. Okay, well, let's drop it. I love you. And then hope she didn't. That way I don't have to admit I'm wrong.
I'm noticing that. He's like, you're right about everything. See, I can't even argue with you when you say stuff like that.
Yeah. But you know what, though?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's nice to admit you're wrong because she really appreciates it. You know, that goes a long way. It does. I know you don't feel good when you're like, God, I thought I was right, but she was actually right. And you know what? I was wrong.
It also allows us to admit that we were wrong, even though, you know, that's not something we like to do. But you have that back and forth, it becomes easier, and nothing is an argument. Everything is just a discussion.
Yeah. And when you agree with somebody, it's hard for them to argue. Well, you know what? You did. Yeah, you're right. I did it. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, you're right. Okay.
Just shut it down immediately. You can't even argue. It's like, fine.
I think it's like you said, having that respect is very important. Considering what each other says, whether you agree or not, but knowing that you have a partner that considers your feelings and you consider theirs, that helps to build that emotional trust.
Yeah, and you know what? And this is what I always thought in an argument with my wife. She could be wrong, but she don't believe she is. She thinks she's saying the right thing, and me also, vice versa. We're not, you know, so I kind of look at it that way. Okay, well, she's wrong, but then again, sometimes I'm wrong. I mean, we're just human. You know, when I had my wife on last time, we were talking about, you know, things in our life, and somebody says, man, I hate this. That makes me sad that you and your wife argue. And I'm like, no, everybody does that. What I was saying is I was trying to give an example that everybody has issues. No matter how good or you are, you're going to have little arguments. You're going to get irritated with each other. You're going, we don't have no crazy fights or argument. It's usually silly stuff we've argued, and then we're like, okay, what are we doing? And you know what? The argument, and sometimes I think we have our little fights so we can make up an excuse we can make up. You know?
Yeah, that is a big thing. But sometimes you just start stuff so you can just be like, okay, well, let's go exit stage left.
Yeah. Was it a fight at all?
It was just a reason to amp stuff up.
Yeah.
But like, no, I am. It's funny. The more I am having this relationship with this person, I am finding more of myself because I can finally let my guard down. And it's like, with being able to let my guard down, I can truly be who I am. I wanted to be in a relationship, and having therapy in conjunction with this relationship is just like I'm really like finding myself. I'm releasing demons. I'm in a healthy place, and I didn't realize how much having a healthy relationship can contribute to you healing.
Yeah. It enhances you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does.
It enhances the healing. So it's like, because things you would never do before, because you know you have to have that shield up. You can't fully let the shield down because you never know what them nakers are gonna do. So you could never truly rest fully into yourself because you had to keep so much of yourself hidden. And I don't have to keep myself hidden. So that allows me to release things.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. I'm sorry, Brent.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think we talked about that. You talked about it before. Remember that movie, Something New? And I know it's a movie, but sometimes think a lot of the movies are based sometimes on people's lives. How the guy that she thought she wanted when she got with him, she realized that she'd rather be with the other guy, the white guy, because he made her feel like herself. She was able to be herself around him. She even took out the weave, and she was able to be her natural full self with him because he just wanted who she was. He wanted full transparency, and she wasn't used to giving that.
Yeah, and he was more. Yeah, it was like they connected, like
Yeah.
And
she didn't have to have the image.
Yeah,
Mhm.
the black guy was the image. It was expected thing. What I got out of
Yeah.
it,
He kept asking her to put back on her shields.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
And she was just like, wait a minute, I went through a lot to get rid of these shields. No, thank you.
Yeah, and it was like and the safe thing for her to do was to go with the black guy. Both those guys were, I don't look at men, but I would say those guys are attractive, both of them, right? You tell me. But she, the safe thing was to stick with her own racial group, right?
They would have been divorced years later. They would have been divorced because she would have been saying something's missing.
Yeah, it wouldn't have felt right. I mean, the desire might be there in the beginning and it's great, but it would fizzle out because the true love ain't really there. But with the other guy, she could be herself, and when they're together and not having to live up to what the family thinks or society, they were just people. They were having fun. They had love. They just it flowed nicely. And that's what a relationship should be. You feel good with that person. You're not worried about what people think or how should I act and who should I date and be with. And yeah,
he was everything she never knew she wanted.
Exactly. When you have a healthy relationship, you want to be around your person. You know how some people are like, oh, you don't smoke, you don't drink, and you're married. You want to be around your person when it's healthy, I think.
You do. I always want to be with my wife. Why would I not want to come home and spend time with her after work? I remember when I was in the Army, we had a platoon sergeant. We'd be working late nights because the guy didn't want to go home to his wife. I'm like, what the heck is that?
That's sad.
That is
a lot of people like that, though. It's crazy.
It's like, but you also sometimes you have to take into consideration. Some people will show you all the goodness and keep that goodness up, and then you get married, and then they throw away all the goodness. And you're like, I'm married to a person.
They were fake. They weren't their true self. That means they were fake then, to me.
Yeah, they were faking it the entire relationship and could have been in a relationship for more than a year or so. All they got to see is what that person allowed them to see. And then when they got married, once you're married, you can take the mask off and you didn't even know who you married.
I think there's signs always there. It's just that people don't want to look at them. I think there's some signs. They fake, but there's signs that like somebody might,
Go ahead.
Like you might have this person they say, oh, they always buy all my clothes. They don't let me pick out anything. That person might be semi-controlling. Nothing's wrong with someone who you love picking out your clothes. But if they're constantly doing it in certain little things and don't want you to touch certain things, there's certain little signs there that people don't pick up on.
You know what? I don't think it's okay to pick out, but maybe suggest, because it's like, oh, you know that dress that you had on the other week that was all the way down to your ankles, that was flowy. I really like that one. That just tells you, you're paying attention. I like what you're wearing, but not necessarily saying, wear that today or whatever. Because I think if somebody's very precise about what it is that you're wearing and they want to be controlling about your outfit, there's something.
And I'm not saying that they can't give a suggestion like certain things, but when it feels funny when it's presented constantly. You know what I'm talking about? You have that funny feel. Wait a minute.
Like they're laying out your outfit from head to toe. That is not, you can't do that. But
it's like we have that intuition about it. It's just, like I said, I don't want someone just because they buy things for them that's a bad thing. But it's just after a while, your tuition kicks in, you feel fun. You have that feeling like something's not right. I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah. I'm just like, I love the fact that I can be my true, genuine, silly self.
That's
Because
how it should be.
everybody that knows me, I am very conservative, straight face, or as I say, I have RBF. So when you have RBF, people have a tendency to think, and I'm shy, and so
Hmm.
when people finally get to talk to me, they sit down and talk to me, they're like, "You're nothing like I thought you were." They thought I was some mean, um, itchy kind of woman, and I'm not.
Hmm.
I'm genuinely not like that.
You
Yeah,
know what? I don't like sometimes how sometimes black women are perceived, and then if they have conversation like, "Oh, she's really cool," because sometimes because I'm somewhat conservative to a certain degree, sometimes people would assume they before they meet say, "I thought you were stuck up, but you're very kind and sweet."
Mhm.
They don't even know me.
I know.
you,
I get that all the time.
You know what? You know what? As you guys say that, you know what? Back in my young days when I was dating, I had a perception that black women sometimes were just I don't know the way they might be shy, and I thought, okay, she's mean. I don't have a chance with her. She's going to kick me to the curb and make a scene. And actually, that never happened. Usually, a lot of times, black women, you get to know them, you show them love. If they have any interest in you, it's going to be pleasant. Black women are probably, I would say, the most easygoing women on earth. Once you get to know them, they might put on a front because they don't understand where you're coming from as a white guy. They got their defense up because, and I don't blame black women for this. They've been told how evil white men are, how a certain way they are. They're fetishizing you. They don't really like you. It's for some alternate reason. So I understand why they might seem kind of hard towards you, but when they really get to know you, it turns out to be pleasant. Black women are really the ones I've been around are pretty easygoing, pretty loving people.
Mhm.
If they're treated right.
And I'll
Yeah.
say this that the it's interesting. I know just my life is not everybody else's life, or vice versa. But like the women that they show on some of the reality shows, I don't know women like that.
I
I've
have never
seen
met
them on
women
the
like
TV.
that.
Me, I don't hang around like that. I don't know women like that. So that's very interesting. I'm not saying that they're not out there, but I don't know women like that.
It's like all the black women that I see on TV. Majority of the what, no matter what stratosphere that they're in, I don't know women like that. It's like loud, crazy, ghettofied. I've
Yeah,
never met
I
women
don't.
like that. And just like, how can this be the image that people have of black women, and yet nobody I know women like that, or have, or and it's like 6 degrees of separation. You don't know people like that.
Yeah. And what's crazy? Well, reality shows, though, you got to think they want drama, they want controversy. That's what people like. So I think, well, reality shows, I don't believe that's real. There's no way that this person could be dating this person, sleeping with that person, having, conflict here, and she's doing this, he's doing that, and then they're getting with each other's partners and fighting and acting crazy. That's not reality.
Mm-mm.
And you know how you could tell a good relationship, how you could tell people are really in a good marriage, a good relationship. You know how you can tell when you watch them and it's boring as hell. It's like a game of golf. It's great to play. It's fun. It's awesome. But if you're watching somebody play it, it's not exciting at all. It's boring as hell. And that's what a good relationship is. Like me and my wife, I go to work. I tell her I love her. I give her a kiss, go to work, come home. We'll sit on the couch, watch TV, you know, do our thing. But we love it. But if you watch us through a video camera, like, okay, this is boring as hell. But if we're fighting and in each other's faces and there's other people involved, and
But who needs that kind of drama? But that's from the
No.
outsider looking in, thinking it's boring, and they got to do all this other stuff because they don't know how to be with each other. I
Yeah.
just think it's not boring. I think it's just a beautiful thing. The outsider has no idea.
Yeah.
Look, when you're with your person, it's like the outside melts away. So you
Yeah.
can.
And here's an example. When I come home, I get in the shower. I like to get in a blanket with my wife and just hug on her and just wrap tight in the blanket. And
That's sweet. That's very
You
sweet.
guys are so the blueprint. You guys are so the blueprint.
and we'll watch TV, and if somebody's watching that, like, okay, what is this? But this is something that's awesome. This is something that's great.
I think that's genuine. That's the best thing when you can look across the room with your person, just a touch, just a talk, just sit in silence. That's beautiful. That's a connection.
Yeah.
It's something where you can sit in a space with someone, not talk, and still feel ultimately connected.
Yeah. Like I could put my arm around my wife and watch TV, and that's an awesome feeling. And she likes
still
it.
Get excited like a movie night.
Yeah, and that's yeah. I mean,
awesome.
Hey, we have our movie nights, we have our date nights, and we spend time together. And we've created date night. Check this out. This is what we do. Okay, and I'm kind of putting my business out there a little bit, but me and my wife, we have a date night where we have our special time together. And we'll go out somewhere and we might take a trip, stay in another town where it's just me and my wife. Okay. And when I was in the military, when I'd come home, you can't wait to be with your wife and she can't wait to be with you. It's natural. But in today, we still have that desire and we make it special. We'll even go out and do something, go somewhere. And we give each other gifts. We treat it like a Christmas. Like we celebrate our love and we just pour into that night, that time we have together. Because and we used to do that a lot when our kids were, because when you're married and you have 3 kids, your alone time is limited at times, but you still need that. And in today's world, when it's just me, my wife, and daughter, she's, doing her dance thing and she's in college. But sometimes we need to get away from her, so me and my wife be together. But we celebrate that, and it's nice. It really is.
And you know what? That's the marriage that God wants. So some people say, "Oh, marriage, you don't want to get married." I said, you know what? Marriage is not the problem. Getting with the wrong one is. It's supposed to be beautiful. It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be beautiful if you get with the right person for you.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Fiberton, welcome. Sorry, getting long-winded.
No problem. It's all good.
How you doing?
Fiberton.
It's okay. Hello, ladies.
Oh, how you doing?
How y'all?
So like, being with someone that respects you, that appreciates you, or and that actually listens to you. Men do not realize how sexy listening is.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Because that is like the sexiest thing for a man to listen, especially if you're having a conversation and he randomly pulls up something that you said before, and you're just like, you were actually listening.
And looks in your eyes to where it's genuine that they're listening to you. It's the connection with the woman. It's like you have to build the connection, a genuine connection.
Yeah. And if you build that genuine connection and you listen to each other, you appreciate each other, everything is. People always say it's like, oh, relationships are so hard. Not if you're with the right person. If you're with the right person, it's so easy. You might actually think something is wrong because it feels too easy.
And
you
when
know,
you give that to a woman, she's gonna give it to you 10 times fold. She's gonna if you pour into that woman, she's gonna pour into you more than you ever could know. Because that's how we are naturally.
that is true. When you show a black woman love, like my wife, oh my God, I get more love than I put in. I mean, I love her so much, I give my life for her. But it's like, I've never let down when I show her love. I'm not. I mean, and black women are like that. Like when I said black women are the most nurturing, they are. They're the most loving. They're the most feminine. You can't tell me they're not. A lot of these black men say, well, when a black woman gets a white man, she acts different. Then she's all of a sudden feminine. Well, yeah, because we're showing her some love and respect. So yeah, naturally, she's going to treat us different than, hey, you're going to give me some, what are you bringing to the table? Or, whatever the dumb stuff they say. It's like,
If you
it's
look,
like,
if you gotta raise your shields, when you feel like you have to raise your shields or outthink the person that you're talking to, you are never gonna lower your guard. And if you can talk to somebody, um, if you can talk to somebody and it's just free flowing and natural, and you don't feel like you need to raise your guard, it is so much easier to slide into your feminine.
yeah. And
You can't respect someone that you have to have a defense up against. And I had a defense up against my ex-husband, and I just could not. I'm like, dang it, that's just, it's just ridiculous.
And protecting your peace of mind is like, yeah, you can protect me physically, but are you protecting my peace of mind? Because if you're not protecting my peace of mind, how can I lean into you or trust you?
Yeah,
Because
that's always a big deal for sure.
yeah.
I see you ladies in the comments.
Yeah, they like your voice, Fiberton. They say you got that smooth voice.
Yeah,
Hey.
He said,
You
fly me to
know what?
the moon.
We're
Let me
made.
play
Oh,
among the
can
stars.
you, you know what? You're trying to get all the ladies to hit you up in the DMs, ain't you?
Okay. It's all right. I'm used to it.
we're made so differently, but then it's just, you know what, that fairy tale I think is can come true if you're with the right person. There's nothing wrong with the fairy
Yeah.
tale. But I know no one's perfect, but you get through it. You problem solve, you get through it. But someone you could be just your silly self with, that you can just be genuine, have fun, be serious, just be your true self. It's important.
Mm-hmm. It's
Yeah.
if you can't be your true self. Look, this is the thing. So many people are like, they have this relationship, they have their shields up, they have this, that, and things seem so perfect, and they get married to this person, but you were never able to let your shields down. How can you get married to somebody you can't let your shields down for?
Yeah. Well,
And
I mean, it's about trust. I mean, marriage, and look, protection is more than the physical. Protecting a woman that's your wife is showing her affection, giving her a hug. You're going to have those intimate times, but make every day like an intimate moment, right? You might not have the sexual thing going at that time, but you're hugging her, you're telling her you love her. That's a form of protection. You're making her feel secure, loved, telling her she's beautiful. That makes a person feel good. It's healthy. And I like my wife telling me she loves me. That feels good. Look, we all need that. We're human, right? And that has been proved scientifically that happy people are more healthy than people that are stressed, angry, upset, depressed. That's protection. Letting your wife know you love her. My wife knows I love her, but I tell her that all the time. Why? Some people say, well, what do you got to say it all the time? Because I do, because it makes her feel good. It makes, and that is a form of protection. It really is. People that abuse their wives, and there are abusers that don't physically abuse their wives, but they'll run them down like, oh, yeah, well, you're gaining a little weight. What are you doing? Your hair, you're putting in a weave again. Oh, come on. There are men that do that to women.
Yeah.
that's verbal abuse. That'll tear them down. That'll affect a person's health.
Yeah.
And protection is, and I never look. This drives me nuts when I see black men complain so much about a weave. Like, I'm like, oh my God, what the hell is wrong with you? Why do you go in on women?
Just
I mean,
maybe they're wanting to wear one, so they're trying to investigate. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
And it's a protective
That's it.
style. A lot of them have hair, and it's a protective style because sometimes with our hair, we don't have to wash it every day, but because it's curly, we have to work a little longer with it. But a lot of times it's for a protective style.
Or it
yeah,
might be
They have lots of
a
hair.
person does not have hair and they want to have hair with that particular moment in time. You don't know if somebody has alopecia or if their hair is falling out, if they have cancer. You don't even know. You're talking about people wearing weaves.
What else
That-
are they gonna talk about? Getting a job?
And they forget black women aren't the only ones with weave because they have white women that have pieces. They call them something else. Pieces. I forgot what they call them because it makes their hair thick. We're not the only ones that
they'll
wear
put
it if they want to be
extensions in.
real.
I
Yeah,
thought they focus on getting a job, creating equity, gathering assets. I don't give a
They're more
damn what
worried
y'all
about-
put on your head.
they're more worried about weaving makeup than that.
Yeah,
though.
it's very feminine. They give off a lot of feminine energy with all this,
But-
this hair shit and all this lipstick.
But-
Who cares what she wants to wear? That's on her. You don't like it. You don't like it. Don't look. If I'm with a woman, if I'm with a lady, and she wears all kinds of stuff I don't like to look at, I don't want to do. I'm not gonna. You make your decision at that point. It's like if I dress up as a bum, it's gonna be like, oh, I can't mess with him. You know what I mean? Dressed like a bum. So yeah, if you don't like the way she if you don't like the way she dresses, bounce. Don't complain to her. Don't talk all kind of crazy ass. I'm trying to like, I know you got monetized. I'm not trying to, but you know what I'm trying to say. Like,
No, I got it.
Great. Like, stop all this feminine stuff they do. Come on, like, get some estrogen inhibitors or something, bro. Pick yourself up.
Not this.
Get some PRT, get some testosterone in your blood, man. Start hitting them
Frank,
weights.
can you drop
Yeah.
the link?
Yeah, I could drop the link. Oh yeah, but what I was going to
So,
say,
like-
when you're talking about protective hair, and look, I've learned this with my wife. A weave is more healthier than putting relaxers or putting heat to your hair. And look, and braids are nice because my wife wears braids. I like braids, but her hair is healthy. When we take out her braids and I help her do that, that's something a black woman loves you when she lets you touch her hair. I'm just going to say that.
But like braids can also cause tension alopecia. So if they're pulling too tight on your hair, it can come out. But to go piggyback on something that somebody said previously about having movie nights or whatever, it's like when you're married, you still have to treat your wife like your girlfriend, and you have to treat your husband like your boyfriend, because the same things you did to get them is the same things you have to do to keep them.
That's right. And you still have that excitement, still have those moments, those intimate moments, still have those date nights. That goes a long way. And we've turned our date night into Christmas. And that we did. No, I'm serious. We give each other gifts.
I like it. It's exciting. Yeah.
That sounds awesome, actually.
Yeah, it's like we'll take like a time out of the month and we give each other gifts like, oh, what'd you get me? Here's what I got you. And it's like, it's just a way of celebrating your love,
That's so sweet.
Ladies, if a man starts talking about your hair, your nails, all these things about what you do, he might be a down low lady boy. You just don't know.
He might be jealous.
Probably
of
so.
that
You're
we do.
right. So who cares about that? As long as it's looking good, you're right about that.
Yeah, a real man will like appreciate you embracing your femininity and just enjoy seeing you like experiment on yourself.
Right.
Mhm.
He just gets used to, the interesting thing about a black woman is that she's always changing. She doesn't get this one hairstyle.
That's true. We do.
You get a different old lady every month.
This picture right here is different from my other picture.
You get a different lady all the time. So
Shoot. And if you have a little bit of theater within you, you can change it up just a little bit and be a whole totally different woman altogether.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? And that's what black women have that other women don't have. They can change it up. And they look good with black women could pull off almost any hairstyle and look good with it. From the braids, the weave to the what was that hairstyle they had for a while? The finger curls or whatever. Is that what
you talking about finger waves?
Yeah, those look neat too. They came out with that.
There's different types of braids too, and the puffs and the afros, all kinds of things.
Oh yeah, goddess braids. I'm gonna put you on. They look so good. Oh my gosh.
And then the box braids and oh man, you know what? When my wife gets her hair done, I'm just like, oh, what is she going to get? it's exciting.
The only thing I don't like, the only thing I don't like is I grew up in the South, so some of these ladies got some hair where they had like Snicker packets in their head and stuff.
I've never seen that. I'm from the South. Snicker packets. I'm from Texas.
Louisiana. I'm in Louisiana. So
some of these girls I haven't seen it, and I'm in Texas.
They had I'd seen one girl. She had M&M packets on her head and stuff.
That's too much. Now, unless it's Halloween, that's too much.
I'm like, oh, you get a little extra on this now. Come on now. Yeah, no. Annihilators and all that. I was like, oh Lord.
She's hungry. She wants a snack. What kind of mess is that?
She must have been going for the
It's wild. I've seen some wild stuff.
I'm a little hungry.
Hey, maybe if you go on a picnic, she can wrap a hamburger in there.
It was wild. I've seen some wild stuff.
I'm gonna look that up on the internet. Later on. I have to see that. Oh my god!
I seen one girl with annihilators. She had M&Ms. All kind of. I seen girls with all kind of fruit snacks on their head. I'm like, what the hell?
Like that's
gotta be like one hairdresser who's like, hey girls, I got a new thing, and then everybody in that little area gets it. You know what I mean? It was. I don't know.
See, we don't have to go with every trend. Don't go with every trend.
She must be on that Zaza for real. Because no, ain't no way.
I want to say.
So I ain't going to the movies. I just take my snacks out my hair.
Right?
You tell me for real. I want to look that up. Oh my gosh, I'm surprised I haven't seen it yet.
Hey, that's money at the movies instead of paying like $8 for a candy bar. You just.
Well, I grew up, when I was young, I grew up in the hood. So I grew up pimps, hoes, and hustlers and gangsters and shit. And so you had some of these hood girls who had like some crazy ass haircuts. So I don't know. That was a long time ago. But I see some crazy haircuts. But hey, whatever. It's not for me though.
I'm curious, Fiberton. I wonder, how was that? Because being a redhead, you must have broke necks.
Oh, I tell you what. Okay, so I'll say this: when you're a large redhead man in a predominantly black area, and those particular women like redheads, it's coming at you like it's coming at you like I don't know what to say. It's getting thrown at you, a lot. It comes at you a lot.
You know
like
what?
Frisbee Park.
You know what? This and you're on to something because people love things that are unusual, right? That are different. Maybe just not seen every day. You talk about being having red hair in a black neighborhood, and women cling to that because it's different. It's something you don't see every day. I'm going to tell you guys, when I was dating, you know what was so attractive that I was so attracted to? Of course, black women, but when I would go into like a country club, seeing a black woman that like look, like dress country and stuff, it was not the norm, but it looked beautiful to me because it was different. And the women, and I met this one woman that I was so attracted to, and she was in the country music and stuff. And I wasn't in the country music, but it was like a turn on. It was like, it was different. She was just unique. She wasn't like you would see a black woman, and black women are beautiful, but it was different. Does that make any sense? Like she's choosing
No,
her
I
own.
get it.
No, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I tell black women a lot of times when you're around mostly white people, there will be men that will gravitate to you because you're different. You don't look like Becky and Karen he sees every day. And there's something unique about you. And a lot of times they'll want to get with, that's an attraction. And look, a lot of times we interracially date because we're different. I always thought black women are beautiful. They're different. And of course, you know, I've seen black women, and I've been blessed by black women in my life, so that adds to it. But the thing of it is sometimes being different's a beautiful thing. You stand out. Yeah, go ahead.
It's kind of different, but have any of you ladies had situations where you go somewhere, whether it's predominantly white area or wherever, where people assume you're married and you're not, or they assume you have a man and you don't?
Everywhere I go.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard. Like, even when I was at work and I got divorced, before they knew I was divorced, they said, "You're married, right?" I said, "No, I'm divorced." Even before then, they just assumed I was married. You know, I was going through a divorce at the time. I've been divorced for like 8 years. And so it's difficult because I grew up in suburbia all my life. So it's just hard to, as I've gotten older out of college, it's hard to meet people, I guess, because I don't really go out much unless I travel and go with my family. And so I tried the online dating, and that's not the best because people are not consistent. And I know what it feels like when a man's interested. He's going to want to talk to you, not text you, talk to you, go out with you. He's going to be consistent. And so I don't give them the time of day when they're not consistent. You know, so you can talk 1 day or 2 days, and then if you don't come back till 3 or 4 days, I'm not going to take you seriously. I know what it. So it's difficult to meet people, even though I've lived in suburbia all my life. I think it's assumption sometimes that I'm with somebody and I'm not.
Yeah, usually because
that's been my life story. No matter where I go, no matter what I do, everybody always assumes I have somebody.
Yeah, white men tend to, well, I can tell you, so have been living on both sides of the fence. Most white men have no idea what the hell's going on with anybody else. They don't have time. All they want to do is work and go home most of the time. So if they may think you already have a man or what have you. So
and I go to the grocery store and I'm looking. I try to smile a little bit when I see that. I'm like, oh, I'm thinking all kinds in the grocery store. I'm like, oh,
you want to meet a man? Go to the gym. A gym that caters to men, not gyms that like these 24-hour fitness. That's not a gym where men are gonna go. Beta males will go there because they want to, spy on the ladies, but a gym where there's real men lifting a real weight and there's a lot of noise coming from it, that's where you want to go. There's a lot of testosterone up in there.
You don't think they're going to be focused on trying to lift weights and not going to be trying to look at the ladies?
Oh, let me tell you something.
Men are hunters.
Few women go into real gyms, so they get hunted real quick because men are hunters.
Yeah, that's true.
I tell
the real ones are. The real ones are
all the time. Men are hunters. Real men are hunters. So if he is not, if he is not contacting you, if you are not like somebody that he contacts if not every day, then very frequently, and he is not into you, you are an option, not a priority.
And they're not even in my head eating because I don't take them seriously anyway. So it's a win-win on both sides.
See, and people that ghost me, I'm like, thank you, because you just eliminated the fact that I don't ever have to speak to you again.
No, and then talking about LA Fitness and all that. No, you don't want to go to LA Fitness or anything like that, or 24-hour fitness. If it says fitness in it, no, that's too many.
If you want to go to
you want to go to Gold's Gym, something like that. You know, you want to go to a gym. Go
What
to a
about the
place where
YMCA?
you know, they do
Hey, what about the Beta
kickboxing.
King?
Oh,
What
you can't.
about the Beta King Fitness Center?
Yeah, you can't go there. Can't deal with no beta kings. They ain't got enough estrogen to lift all them weights anyway. And enough testosterone. They got too much estrogen anyway. So.
They got so much estrogen, I think
Oh
they could
yeah,
give birth.
it's just true. I didn't realize growing up, but then I seen these studies and they're like, oh yeah, this is why they're so hairless and why their beards are so patchy. You know that their estrogen is through the roof. I never knew that. It's a real thing. Let me tell you
Really?
something. I was a black guy. I would be taking estrogen inhibitors. I'd be jacked. I'd be taking estrogen inhibitors. I would take myostatin inhibitors because their myostatin is kind of high, so they don't. Anyway, I don't want to get into all that, but it's whack. It's basically they're more feminine than male in general. There are some, obviously, there's some of those guys who are big humans, but it's like a bell curve, right? So you have the average guys are going to have high estrogen. You're going to have these jack guys with high testosterone, low estrogen. So, but in general, yeah, they're more likely. This is why you see so many on the down low. It just is what it is. So if you get high
Well,
estrogen, you might
the
like them.
estrogen, I guess, attracts the testosterone, right? I mean,
Yeah. Oh yeah, the higher the estrogen, the more ladylike a person is, the more likely a male is going to go towards them. And if you have a male who likes males, and there's a male with high estrogen, next thing you know, there's I don't want to even say that, but I'm gonna say.
you, oh, that's crazy. You know what? There's something that hey, I went to me and my wife, and this was a few years ago. We were in a Target, right? And she was we went in there. She was looking at something, and I was looking at I was like in the toy section looking for a toy for my granddaughter or something. And I had my head down. I was looking at this toy, and because she would tell me what she likes in toys. I think it was around her birthday, and I was just walking with my head down, and I looked up. I was almost running into these two women. Oh my god! And they were making out like they were all over each other, like, and one had her hair was just cut all the way down to where it was just buzzed down, and had tattoos and was dressed like a man, with boots and jeans.
That's when them rainbow A B C D E F G.
Yeah, but she looked so much like a man. Is like, is this really a woman? But you could tell it's a woman.
Well, she probably had low estrogen though. That some of that determines, when they talk about genders and all those things. You're still a male or female. That never changes. These people try to confuse people with stuff, but people with higher testosterone will tend to act more male or have more male identity, and people with higher estrogen will have more female identity or do more emotional things. Like if you notice,
Okay.
there's a certain particular people who have higher estrogen who become very violent because violence is an emotion. High violence is emotional, right? Now, if you take a man with testosterone and you give him high estrogen, now you have a strong emotional human to commit lots of violence. And that's basically what's happening to some people.
Oh wow! But
Mhm. It's just a
anyway,
reality.
about this
They may
story.
say 5 or 10 year racist. No, it's just the data, man. It's like if it was the other way around, I would say the same, say a different thing.
Yeah, but this woman looks like a man, right? Dressed like a man,
Mhm.
and the woman that she was making out with looked very feminine in a dress. She looked attractive too, and I'm like, what
See, there
the
you go. A
is going
very
on?
feminine, right? A very feminine woman who's dealing with a very, malish type female. So you have that because women and men, or male identified and male female identified, always seek each other out. It doesn't matter if they're
No.
in ABC club or whatever they are, they
Oh, okay.
always seek each other out, right? So
You know what? I think there's truth to that because, yeah, because you see them, they might be for the same gender, but one represents the opposite gender. That makes sense.
right. Well, they're the same sex. They're the same.
Yeah, same sex, but
Right.
they
They're
go for the more
representing,
mass.
one's
They want,
representing the real sex and the other one's representing a different gender, although they're the same sex. It's now we're
yeah,
getting complicated in the minutia because I'm like everybody, most people, there's two sexes. There's not this third and fourth and fifth and all these different gender.
yeah,
You basically, if you have your testosterone leans one way or your estrogen leans one way, you're going to react this particular way because your hormones determine how you act. You can't just have high testosterone and be calm. You can't. You just can't, right? You have to
yeah.
learn how to control it, right? Like my testosterone is like in the 900s, and I learned as a young how to control it so I don't have these, so I don't do something stupid, right? So
Yeah.
but if you
Either
had a
keep
very
somebody
high,
down or get women pregnant.
yeah,
Either one. It's, you know what?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get off topic, guys.
No,
I just,
no, it's all good, man.
Hi,
You know that
Alexander.
we flow.
huh?
I said hi, Alexander. He's in the chat. I just want to say hi.
Hey, Alexander. Hey, my brother Alexander. That guy's the diamond in the rough. I tell you what. But anyway, when we look at dating and stuff, and what I talked about, bowling for Becky's and crapping out for Karen, swirl to investment. That's what I see in the world I live in. This is what I see in social media also. What's amazing, and I tell people this, and they think, okay, you're biased, you're just one-sided. They'll even say you're a racist, and I'm none of any of those things, right? But when I see an interracial couple, and I see a black man with a white woman, it just looks tragic, like a train wreck. And I know that sounds bad, but it just, and maybe it's because what I've seen that ends up from those relationships, how it goes south. But when I see black women with white men, it looks like something that's just a beautiful thing. It just, and I've talked to people, they say, you know what? It does look like it's meant to be. It does look cute. It does look like it's awesome. It looks like they're having the time of their life, and we don't know if they are or not. We can't read minds, but it just looks like something. In my mind, it looks natural. It looks natural with a white man to be with a black woman. Tell me, is that crazy? I mean, we're different skin tones, but it just seems like it just fits. It seems like it's right. And when I deal in my life, and I've dealt with black women, and I'm a traditional guy, and a lot of black women I've been around are traditional women of faith. It's like, these are the women I'm supposed to be. This is who I'm supposed to marry, and she don't even look like me. I mean, can you explain that? I mean, something's going on here. It's beyond just two good people hooking up and getting married that look different. There's something, I think.
Well, it comes down to, well, some of it could be that both tend to be conservative, both tend to be breadwinners, both tend to, at least when they're American, they tend to be, Christian or some type of like-minded religion. Obviously, like minds, birds of a feather flock together. So eventually, obviously, there's a lot of different reasons, right? And maybe there's a higher purpose. Sees tends to find that our all species tend to mate with the strongest of the species over time, as the
Mhm.
weaker of the species kind of purge themselves off in different ways, right? Like Darwin works its magic. So, and you can find that in all the different cities. Darwin is definitely working its magic. So,
Yeah, and you know what? Black women, white men, we are the strongest. And look, this ain't a racial thing.
it
We're
just so happens, it just
yeah, it's
we're the same species. So we're just a species who kind of broke off a long time ago, and we changed differently. Like the reason why I have a smaller nose, smaller ears, and smaller mouth is because my family comes from the icy tundra. So if you have bigger holes, you let off more heat. The smaller the hole in your face, your ear holes, your mouth holes, your nose holes, etc., you're more likely to survive. So the people who had bigger noses in the icy tundra, they died off. Darwin did his job. It killed off the weak. Yes, exactly. That's what it is, Michael. It's holes. Like air heat is released. So the incoming heat is the difference is this, and not to get into it, but that's basically why or we have different nose sizes, different skin colors. It all depends. It's all environmental, and only the
yeah,
strongest in that in particular environment survive. This is
yeah.
why.
And you know what? They say, well, in tropical environments, white people don't do as well, and that's
Oh
true.
no, that's true.
Because our skin's is fair, it burns easier. We have to take care of it. But in an icy cold region where we don't get as much sun, we do better than people with more melanation because our skin's lighter. We can absorb the sun rays better with less sunlight to get that vitamin D
Right,
we
right.
need to survive.
Vitamin D determines a lot of different things. It is natural
Yeah.
selection. Darwin has something to do with it, but natural selection for sure. Um, so aggression levels can also be determined by vitamin D levels. So if you are a very very dark person and you move into the northern part of the planet, you're going to get less radiation, which means
Yeah.
you'll get less vitamin D, which also could be one of the reasons why some people are so aggressive when they have a lot of darker skin because
Yeah.
they're not getting enough vitamin D. But if you get enough vitamin D, it's probable that you'll become calmer. These are some theories that they're trying to work out to figure out about aggression and vitamin D and sunlight. But also, too, if you take you and I, like take you, right? Say you had
Mhm.
a white wife. Well, say I had a white wife. Just say I had a white wife, and I had a bunch of kids, and then those kids have kids, but they all moved to Africa. In about 16 generations, they're going to start getting darker. In about 40 generations, they're going to be one of the darkest people in Africa. Because once your melanocytes start turning on um, because of the environment, because there's more radiation there, because it takes a
Uh-huh.
shorter amount of time of the sunlight to get to the planet, then our melanocytes turn on. We start creating melanin. Next thing you know, you'll have little small nosed people who they might not even survive because the heat is so damn hot. But technically, they will become very very dark.
You, you know what? That's interesting,
Mm-hmm.
um, but you know what? And that makes sense. When we're exposed to skin or exposed to skin, we're exposed to sunlight. Our skin does get darker as a defense. I mean, you could be a pale white guy. Your skin will get darker if you're in the sun. That's a defense your skin has. And believe it or not, white people do have defense against the sun. And that's why our skin gets darker. That's why white people go to the tanning salon so they get darker. What it is they're putting that radiation to their skin. Their skin protects itself, so it does get darker. So that can be
Yeah,
like a thing too.
yeah. Some people's like I'm a redhead, right? So my melanocytes don't work correctly. This is
Yeah.
why that's what freckles are. Freckles are the melanocytes turning on, and but they don't work correctly. So you get this one little dot of melanin. That's what freckles are, just a little dot of melanin. But
Oh
someone said
wow.
about Australians being pale, still being pale. That's because modern humans taking a lot of vitamin D, which means if you're taking enough vitamin D, your skin is not going to darken the same kind of way, right?
You know what?
Because of the sun.
With vitamin D, my vitamin D is through the roof. I got more than I
Mhm.
need. My wife
Yeah, I
is
take.
deficient.
Oh,
Uh,
really? So you're hypo. What do you call that? Hypothyroid. So
well,
you
my
have high
thyroid's
vitamin
out of whack, but
vitamin D.
my thyroid's out of whack. But my vitamin D's
Right.
high. My calcium's high.
Mm-hmm.
My vitamin D, and that's not bad. That's a good thing. But I'm in the sun all the time. I work outside, and my wife works inside. So we should have like a different environment because she's very dark complected. I'm very light. It's like
Mm-hmm.
we're in the opposite environment we should be in. But yeah,
Yeah,
but
everyone has melanocytes. So
yeah,
when you hear these quote these Dr. Umar, whatever, and all these different doctors with no
Dr.
degrees,
Umar.
a lot of these guys with no degrees that talk about all this stuff. When they talk about like the melanin does all these things, the melanin doesn't do nothing. It's a tan. All it is a color. That's it to help to help filter out radiation. That's all it's for. That's all it
Yeah.
does. It doesn't do anything else. It has no special magic ability. You know. So you have high calcium. Do you take
Yeah.
the vitamin D every week? Like they have me on
No,
vitamin
I
D2.
don't. I don't take it. I got
So is it
plenty
your
of.
thyroid issue?
I
If
don't
you
know.
have hypothyroidism, your calcium levels will be shoot through the roof.
Yeah, and it does. My thyroid is on the level where I gain weight. Now I have lost a lot of weight with
Oh,
it.
so you're
I fluctuate.
hypothyroidism.
Yeah, but my calcium's high, my vitamin D's high.
So are
Um,
they do they have you on vitamin D pills?
no.
Really? That usually when people with hypothyroidism have low calcium levels because their vitamin D level will be low.
Yeah, I don't know. But I had a tumor too that messed up my thyroid. I never had thyroid problems till had my tumor. But
Yeah, I'm on I have a slight hypothyroidism. They have me on Tiracent. They have me on like 25 milligrams a day of Tiracent. Just recently, for about a year now. But
yeah.
yeah,
Well,
so I kind of my they did biopsies on my thyroid. Everything is good, but I don't know. Only like my my numbers are good, except one number's like off the charts. I don't know. But
yeah,
like I'm
well,
Scandinavian Slavic, so who the hell knows, right? Like I can
yeah,
like lift up cans of Coke and gain muscle, so I don't know.
yeah. It's mine. It's not bad, but I do need it. I do take medication for it. But the reason they caught it is my thyroid. I gained so much weight, and what happened is it had a reverse effect too. I was losing a lot of weight, so I had almost like the Oprah effect. You remember when she, was real big and she got thin and big, kind of like a Luther Vandross type thing too, skinny to fat. That's what I was living.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
yeah.
It was bizarre. But I mean, my diet is so healthy these days. I just
Hmm.
I have to.
Eat a lot of
Um,
vegetables, huh?
yeah, I do. I have to. I can't. Red meat is like a luxury on the weekend. I mean, I still like a steak dinner, but it's once a week at most. I mean, I eat just chicken and fish. Those are my meat intakes. A lot of tuna. Um,
Yeah, it's
and
good.
it's not because it tastes good. It's just what my body needs.
Yeah, I take Kofi. I take 50,000 units as well. I take it every Friday.
No,
Fifty
okay.
thousand units of vitamin D2. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people need
All
vitamin
right.
D, but I think because I'm out in the sun all the time, and that's probably going to kick me in the butt when I get older. I'm going to have to watch out for skin cancer.
Yeah, you need to make sure you put on some of that black girl magic and rub it all over you. So
Yeah, I try. It makes me fall in love, but it don't make me darker. So, I mean, but that's okay.
I can't get dark no matter what I do.
Like,
If I try to tan myself, more than likely my melanocytes would freak out, and I'd probably, because I'm 48, but I have no wrinkles whatsoever, right? I have a very unwrinkled. I blame it on the black girl magic that I've been rubbing on my face all my life.
you know what though? I think with white people, I mean, black people age nicely if they take care of themselves. Black men, they look old real quick, but black women, they could be 60 and look 30. But that depends on how you take care of yourself. But us as white people, the white people that age, their skin don't wrinkle as much as the ones that have oily skin, because it don't wrinkle as fast.
Right.
I remember when I was a teenager, I had acne. I'm like, oh my God, this sucks. My dad looked at me, says, you know what? It's a blessing. Yeah, as a teenager, it sucks, but you know what? You will look younger than you do, because your skin has those oils that actually do something that they don't wrinkle as quick. It's kind of like preserves it, I guess.
You have to be moisturized in order to prevent a lot of stuff, and a lot of people don't moisturize like they should.
Yeah, you need those oils. They're a good.
Y'all, retinol.
When you're in puberty, it sucks because you break out with acne, but as you get older, it goes away, and actually the wrinkles aren't as bad. I know people I went to high school with that. God damn, they look old. Not to say I don't look old, I do, but the wrinkles ain't coming. And thank God I still have all my hair.
Yeah, I know, right? That's one of the things, because I got sick where I had a saddle, and which made basically my oxygen level go down, and my hair started falling out. Right? Thankfully, that's reversed. Like, my hair is thickening up, and like, oh, so good, so good. I started worrying because I'm like, people in my family did not lose their hair, so kind of freaked me out.
Yeah, it's crazy because my uncles and my cousins lost their hair, and I still got a full head of hair. They hate me so much. They said, how do you do this? But you know what? It's a female gene. No, it's passed through the female. And I found out it comes from the grandfather of the female. My mom, her brothers went bald, but they had a different, their mother, their mother's father was bald. Their mother's father was bald. Their grandfather was bald. My grandfather had a full head of hair till the day he died. And I have a full head of hair, so that makes sense.
Oh yeah, you have a nice head of hair, a real nice line.
Yeah,
everything is straight on you, man. Damn.
You know what? And my
That's
kids
really
got
nice.
that thick hair. Oh my God,
That's
my
good.
son's hair's so thick, and my wife's father's hair was really thick. So it's like, I mean, his beard's thicker than mine. His hair's thicker. It's just like, oh my. I mean, Grizzly Adams would crawl up in a ball and just cry if he seen my son's, beard. But anyway, I got hair. That's one thing I was blessed with. Looks, not so much.
At least we have good beards.
hair.
We have good beards. Our beards are not all patchy and everything,
Yeah.
I see a lot of these guys, their beards are all patchy. Like, what the hell's going on, man? If my beard was patchy, I would just shave it. I would not.
Yeah.
Like, you see these guys who have these, and they just have like little plumps of hair on their face. Like, what are you doing, man?
It's like pubic hair.
That's like, I had that when I was like 13 years old. I had hair on my face. You know what I mean? Or 15, something like that.
I got a guy I work with, right? He says, man, and his beard's weird because he grows it out and there's patches everywhere, and his mustache don't grow out fully. It's like Like
Right, bro.
just grows
Like,
on the
get some
side.
testosterone.
He's like, how do you grow your hair like? I said, I don't know. I just do. It
Right.
just
What he needs to do is go to his doctor and say, "Look, I need to have my testosterone level the same level as a normal man," and they'll put him on like TRT or something, and that'll fix him up. They'll probably put him on some estrogen inhibitors. Say he wants lower, estrogen lower than normal, average person, average male, and they'll fix him up. That's the only way they really can fix themselves, really, because they can't control how they were born, right? But you
yeah.
can control, how your body reacts to what you have. So that's what
But
I would do. In a second, I would be on it right now.
well, does hair have something to do with testosterone? I
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. If
it
you're
does.
if you
Okay.
have high testosterone, a high
Uh,
estrogen, you don't grow body hair. That's why women don't have body hair. Estrogen.
oh, okay. That
So,
makes
and this is
sense.
why those males have patchy beards and most of them are hairless, is because of the estrogen.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Well, okay. I got a high testosterone because I got a lot of hair.
Oh yeah, it has something to do with it for sure.
yeah. Okay. Well, there
Okay,
you guys.
so we're on a medical show right now, but
Yeah. Dr. Oz
can
will
you do that?
tonight. All right. Swirl to
You
investment,
can
ladies
put
and
the
hair.
profit. You can put phenosteroid on your head, and you'll take care of that. Which I think phenosteroid is what they call propecia or something like that.
Alopecia,
Phenosteroid. No, propecia. It's
alopecia.
phenosteroid. I forget I just remember the chemical name, the names. I think it's a phenosteroid. But that takes care of DHT. If a person had DHT, where they basically the hair follicle, the testosterone interacts with a chemical in the hair follicle, and it kills the hair follicle, and the hair falls out. That's where why a lot of men go bald, is the DHT.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, dihydrotestosterone.
So just inject with a bunch of testosterone and
No, you can take phenosteroid is you can take phenosteroid as a like a paste or something, or I think you can take it as a pill too. I'm not sure.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
You know what?
phenosteroid. That's right. Phenosteroid. That's right.
You know what? To be honest, I don't know what the hell we're talking about.
know
I'm
that.
sorry.
I
I'm not
know.
a bit. But I know Fiberton's got some knowledge with that. I don't. I don't know. I don't know what my testosterone level is. I never had it checked.
Yeah, I've had
Uh,
like blood panels and all kinds of things done on
I
me.
mean, they checked my blood like once a year and make sure I'm okay, but I never really looked into it. I've never
Anyway,
been
you
asked
can get
about
it
it.
checked out. At your age, they'll probably put you on TRT.
Oh, okay.
A lot of men as they age, a lot of we all as we age, um, well, depending, the testosterone will start to drop as we age. But
Well,
even
that's
then, you probably still have. I mean, if you're a hairy guy, you probably still have like 400, 500
uh,
uh, nanograms per deciliter. A guy
yeah.
that's like all hairless, no hair at all, you probably like 300 nanograms per
Oh,
deciliter.
okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. There you have it. And
So
Dr. Oz, you could come on too and join the conversation. I think we pretty much covered it, though. Uh, but anyway, that's interesting. Wow.
Yeah, like
Uh,
a woman's
it makes sense.
testosterone is like a woman's testosterone is only like through her whole life average between 15 and 70 nanograms per deciliter. Considering the
Oh,
average in male is like 370, 400. Um, this is, when they try to say, well, men and women are the same, hell no.
no, they're not
A,
the same.
a, a, a boy that's like 12 years old has more testosterone than a grown woman.
Well, a 12-year-old boy, wouldn't he be the most potent? Because that's when you hit puberty. That's when you're
Still, actually,
reproductive.
well, the thing is, it's not the most potent. Like the most
It's not.
potent is it goes up to like maybe in their 20s. You start to peak out in your 20s, maybe 30s. It depends on the male, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
But the changes you're seeing when the kid hits puberty is he's now getting that rush of testosterone.
oh, okay.
That he gets a huge spike, and his body's not used to that huge spike. So all of a sudden, his body starts changing.
Oh, okay. Because I mean, when you're 12, you start noticing, you start thinking about girls in that way. Your hormones start raging. You're like, oh my God,
Right. Anyway, let
Yeah,
me stop talking
that's
about that.
natural.
Everybody get bored.
Huh?
I'm gonna stop talking about all the
Yeah,
testosterone.
let's stop talking about that. But yeah,
All right,
but
so
wow, we turned this into a medical show, and you
Whoops,
know what?
sorry.
And no, that's good. And look, guys, if you're having trouble with estrogen, get those inhalers, or
Inhibitors.
I don't even know what. You know what?
All it
I'm
does
gonna be
is all it does is suppress estrogen.
Yeah, I don't even I know that men have testosterone and women have estrogen. That's all I know. I don't know what good numbers or bad numbers or what you should be. I don't have a clue. Um, I think I'm okay because I still have this sexual desire that I've had all my life. So I guess I'm okay. I mean,
Yeah, you're good, bro. You're good, bro.
yeah. So I
all right,
mean, I'm not going to care about it till something goes wrong, I guess. Anyway,
that's not regular scheduled programming.
um, but anyway, uh, Fiberton, what do you think about what I talked about? The bowling for Becky's, the crapping out for Karen's, and the swirl to investment. That's what I talked about. The bowling
Let
for
them get all the
Becky's.
Beckys. Let them take them all. I don't care.
Yeah,
Let
but
them get them all.
that's what they do. A lot of these guys, they like getting with white women, and the more the better. The body. We always hear the body count, right? And the more they sleep with, I guess the bigger the ego is, the more of a man you are. Umar Johnson said that an alpha man sleeps with multiple women.
How does he find time?
Well, I
You know
mean,
what I mean? Like, if you're focusing on one woman, how can you find time for a whole bunch? Because
yeah, well, that's
women are time
fulfilling.
consuming for sure. They should
I
be.
think he's fulfilling lust is what he is doing. I don't think the man has love for black women at all. I think he lusts after black women. You could just see by how he talks. 5'5", thick in the thighs, heaven between a black woman's legs. He says this. And of course, look, the only time you talk like that is when you're with your wife in an intimate moment, right? Let's be honest. But I don't think he has a wife. I don't think he can. He's just so filled with lust and fetishization. He gets a pass on this. But a white man that says black women are beautiful, he's automatically a fetishizer. No,
Right.
go ahead.
I'm sorry. He's all types of special, but if you are alpha is about control, and if you can't control your base urges to be hitting all these, be getting woman after woman after woman, and not focusing on your one person, then how can you be an alpha?
Yeah,
so that makes no sense.
And that is true. If you want to have sex with a woman, you can have it. I could go out tonight, and I would never do this. But if I wanted to have sex, I could have it. Anybody can have it. And Umar, with the money he's got, and with his, status, of course, there are women that are going to sleep with him. That don't make you alpha. That just means that you can just have sex. I mean, it's.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion,
if you are a man, you have control.
In my opinion, a man with self-respect does not allow easy access to just anyone. In my opinion, like a man
Agreed.
that has self-respect, he's like, I know my value. I'm not gonna let just any type of cheap, moment of pleasure, like come by, you know, because if he has self-value, he knows that he can get the top quality woman, and same thing vice versa for the woman. So whenever I see like, you know, a man that's so crazed on just really nilly intimacy is a red flag that he's probably wallowing in like beta male energy, in my opinion.
He is. He's a very beta male. Umar Johnson is not alpha by the least. That guy's so beta. Um, you know what? He's a victimizer. He's a race hustler. He look. The guy says stuff about white people being the devil, but he loves white people more than white people love white people. You know why? Because white people are the reason he can have his show, the reason he can have wealth, and the reason he can exploit black women to build his school that's never going to open. Um, it just that's such a cash cow, that school. Um, and I would tell him straight up, he's nothing like Frederick Douglass. He's not even close. Frederick Douglass was fighting against slavery. He's an abolitionist. Umar Johnson's a beta piece of shit. Seriously.
True.
I
That's like, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's like we have all these things they're talking about high value men, high value women, whatever, blah, blah. The thing about it is that so many people have so many different definitions of what high value is. And truly, like, if you are a high value individual, it's because you have moral fiber, you have character. You don't put the transient things that happen in this life ahead of the hard things in this life. And it's like, so if you are, some people think high value men is money. Money is not the thing for a high value male, because money can come and go. Somebody can take that all away from you if they play you just right. But if your character is your character is your character, no matter what happens to you, you will persevere and keep the same standards.
I agree. It's quality, not quantity. And it's integrity, it's confidence, not arrogance. I totally agree. It's leadership.
Yeah.
Also, high value man is someone that you like the way like anyone of high value really does monitor how they treat other people. People of high value don't need to feel a sense of like they need to
Yes.
oppress those below them, because they're confident in their leadership skills. That they know that they can just be, I don't know, they can be respected without being oppressive. If that makes sense. Like people will follow on their own free will.
And if you're high value, you don't have to say you are. You don't have to say, hey, I'm high value. People are going to naturally see it in your walk, in your talk, in your actions.
Yeah. And you know what I can say? And I can say this freely. Umar Johnson, I give more to black women than he will ever dream of. My wife has more wealth, and he's got a lot more money than I do by far. But I bet you that my wife gets more wealth out of me than these so-called sideshow wives he has when he does this thing. I think he's looking for another one. What do they really get out of him? I bet my wife gets more than they do. I guarantee, and I know she gets more love, she gets more affection. She gets more praise. I mean, my wife has more of my wealth than I do. That's how much I love my wife. That is a true marriage. And as a white man that he calls me the white devil, he can't even hold a stick to me when it's showing love to black women. And I'm an everyday white guy from a state people don't even know exists.
I never trust a black man who says fear a white man. Like I don't. The everyday kindness and just the everyday just like chivalry I receive 95% of the time come from white men. Like I never like, because if you literally just open your eyes and like step out in the real world and not in Blackistan, you'll see that what they say is complete BS. Oh my god. Like there is no reason why to fear the everyday white person. Like that's like the fear mongering is insane.
Yeah, and you know, he said something that I don't know if it was him. I don't want to misquote him, but somebody said that black women married to a white man in a white neighborhood will be the token black woman.
You
And
know
I
what?
disagree. I disagree with that. Black women are viewed very highly when they're in a white neighborhood, especially well, the white neighborhoods I've been in, they embrace black women that accept us, black women that are conservative, that think like we do, that accept us as you know people. We embrace that. We
And you
love
know,
that.
and you know what I see sometimes in different places? It's not always color. A lot of times it's socioeconomics to a certain degree. It's character, but sometimes socioeconomics too.
Yeah,
And
it's basically a caste system. If you're in different financial levels, you have different mindsets.
Yeah,
you do, and you know what?
it's a book on that. It's a book on that for sure.
It's called caste.
Yeah, but I would say this, guys, and tell me if I'm wrong. I think black women could move into any cultural, any neighborhood a lot smoother than black men. And it's because economically they can move up a lot easier. And maybe because they're not lazy like these beta kings are. But black women fit into any, you know, any neighborhood, any cultural. They really do, unless they're hyper racist, I guess. But usually, black women fill in nicely. My wife, we're in a predominantly white neighborhood, and there's no problem with my wife. She's successful. She makes it happen. She's highly respected. And a lot of black women are that live what I do. We see them as just successful black women that have done it. And black women are moving up. And a lot of times, a lot of black women are interracially dating and marrying because they're around different groups of men more often than they ever have been with black men. Does that make sense? It's
But you
happening.
know, sometimes you have more in common with the people that the community that you live around versus the people who look like you. Like, even though I'm a black woman, sometimes people would look at me funny when I worked at a predominantly black school, as low income. They had to get used to me and see how I was because they would say, "Oh, you act white." I'm like, "I don't have time for that. I look at me every day. I know what color I am, and I don't have anything to prove to anybody else." And it's sad that you're thinking black people just act that they think black people just act a certain way because that's where their world is. So it's just there's black people who look like me, and yes, there's some things in common, but because my lifestyle is different from theirs, sometimes we don't have those things in common.
You know what?
Because
You hit
I
up
never
something.
grew up. I never grew up in the hood, so I heard certain things, but I'm not saying I'm better than anyone. I'm
Yeah.
not, but I never grew up in the hood, so I don't know what that's like except what people tell me. But I'm
It's
not rich
definitely
either.
two different. It's definitely two different types of people.
Yeah. But let me tell you this. With me and my wife's experience, we've lived in different economic neighborhoods, right? When we first got married, I joined the army. We didn't have much money. And I remember being in, you know, neighborhoods that were a lot of minorities, a lot of black people. And she would get more flack from black people being in that neighborhood than white people. Seriously. I remember when we were in Colorado, the neighborhood we lived in, there was a lot of black women, a lot of single mothers, and they would talk about my wife saying she was uppity. She thought she was all that because she had a white husband. Um,
Of
you
course
know,
they
and
would say that, bro. Of course
they
would
would
say
say
that.
that, but she's not a person that thinks she's better than nobody. She don't. She's the sweetest woman ever. But they would put that on her. Why?
There's
It's
Because
their
she
because that
insecurity.
community. It's because that community is actually crabs in a bucket. So, if you have, and I witnessed it myself because my grandmother, she was a nurse, so her clients were in what they call back of town, which was the hood. So she got a place there. So I was there a lot to see my grandmother, and I went to school with all black folks and stuff, and
Yeah.
it's a lot of crab in a bucket where like if one's doing better, the other one wants to pull them down and stuff. It's just
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
productive whatsoever.
And it's not like it's the thing is this. It's not that she thinks she's better. They think that. That's on them.
Right? They're just projecting.
She just wants better. It's a difference between thinking I'm better versus I want better. And everyone should want better because at the end of the day, if we look at God, God wants us to do well. He doesn't want one group of people doing worse than the other.
Yeah. Well, if you have true love for people, when they do better for you, you will be thankful. You will thank God. Well, God bless them. They did good. I want to get where they're at, but you know what? I'm not going to hate them because, they're there. But, with putting that forward, and I say white neighborhoods that we've been in treated her better. And it's not that they're just more genuine. A lot of times white people, and I'm be honest, us as white people, we have that white guilt in us. And if we see black people, sometimes we'll rush to just, show them love and show them we're not racist. Show them that, we understand what they're going through, which we don't understand the damn thing. And
That's
when
a
I
cultural
married,
thing.
yeah, but when I got married, you know what? My family went out of their way to let my wife know that she was accepted, that they weren't racist. And my wife got irritated when
I mean, it was pretty uncomfortable, right? To feel like they haven't.
She said,
feel like they're trying to please her when really they need to just be themselves, right?
yeah, that's all they needed to do. It was like, well, my uncle was like, I had this friend in the army. He's a black guy. We were close. We did this and that. And
That's
my wife,
annoying. Yeah, that's annoying, bro. I've seen that a lot of times.
it is, and I got it.
I have a black friend.
Ooh,
Yeah,
or
for
if
you.
you're with a black woman and then everybody starts saying blah blah black this, blah blah
Yeah,
black
it was
this, or
like-
I like this black singer, blah blah, and I'm just like, Lord Jesus, get me out of this house.
You don't know if
I'm gonna
it's
get out of
genuine or not. It's like, yeah, just be
here.
yourself.
Right.
Yeah, but you know what was crazy about it? My wife was uncomfortable. I was uncomfortable because I'm like, my family's making themselves look like jackasses in front of me, and it's embarrassing. And my wife looked at me and she says, "Wow, am I going to get another heartwarming black story?" I said, "Yeah, you are." And I told her, I says, you know what? They don't mean harm. They just, it's their way of saying that, you know what? Welcome to the family, and they don't know how to just be themselves. It just.
But you know what? Sometimes you have.
But it wasn't.
Sometimes
It wasn't nothing bad, but it was kind of stupid. You went overboard for what? Just be yourself. You either accept my wife or you don't. And just being there and celebrating our marriage, that shows you're for it. So that's all you got to do. But people go out of their way. It's silly.
You know what? Even when you get ready to meet different people, sometimes, like if you have, sometimes a guy might say to a black woman, "Hey, Queen," I'm thinking just, Stephanie's good. Or they say, "Oh, I listen to this type of music or that type of music." Now, if you truly listen to that type of music, fine. But if you don't, then so be it. I mean, I listen to R&B. I listen to some very small amount of country. I listen to soft rock. I'm an 80s and 90s person. But I'm not gonna sit up here and I don't listen to hardly hip hop unless it's old school because I don't understand what they're saying. I don't listen to that. A lot of people listen to it, and I don't listen to it. And I'm not about to fake it. I listen to what I listen to. Just be yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, and
one
that's
of the
what.
misconceptions that is kind of because of the media tries to portray black people all living in the hood. It's just not true. Something like 60% of black people live in the suburbs. They do not live in the hood. They have no connection to the hood. They might have a cousin or somebody lives in the hood, but they don't live themselves, and their parents do not. They come from, a lot of times, they're college educated. It's a lot of this is that white people only know what they see on TV or they see in the paper or something like that, because they don't go to these neighborhoods where people are doing good or bad. They just, wherever they live at is where they live at.
But
And
you know what,
a lot
Barberton?
of mixed
Sometimes it's some black folks who say the same thing. Some of them will say, "Oh, you know, black folks from the hood." They're, so sometimes they
right.
say the same thing, which is very interesting. Like when I was
Hmm.
growing up, if you look at the Cosby Show, a lot of black people would say that it's fake. And I'm like, no, I actually know people who have parents who are, both parents are lawyers, or our parents a lawyer and
Right.
one's a doctor. So that's not true. There are some families who act like that.
Right. Because so my mother lived in a suburb, and my neighbors right across the street were black. This guy was a CEO of a company. They were upstanding. Everything was great about them. They were quiet. I played basketball with their son, who was his nickname was Pookie. I got to give him that. But but
The nicknames.
he did
The
turn out to
nicknames.
end up being, yeah, he did everybody, like, one was Pumpkin, one was Pookie, but that just is what it is, right? That's just people call their kids nicknames and stuff like that. But his father was upstanding, like, was very stern with him, like, so uh these tropes that people try to put on black people are just not true. The it's overwhelmingly now, more black people live in the suburbs, have good jobs, work, do good Americans, all these things they're doing right. Yet the media is all they want to portray as black people doing this, black people doing that, blah 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 blah. Look at all these bad black things. It's like, tell me something good. Stop giving me the negative shit, because I know it's not all true.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? And that is true because you know what? You go to every economic area in town, you're going to see black and white people in every neighborhood, whether it's in the inner city or the Beverly Hills. Let's be honest. You know, my neighbor, I live in a really good neighborhood, and my neighbor, they're Haitian, right? Um, and they grew up in the same neighborhood I did. It's kind of crazy. And we're talking about it. They said, "Yeah, we had to get out of there. It was getting stupid." And they live next door to me, and the man, he does the same job I do. I'm not going to tell you what I do, but I get paid pretty good. I do well. His wife is in the medical field, so she makes good money. Um, we're upper middle class, and you know what? There's really not much difference between us, me and my wife, and them. We're like in the same economic uh, group. They're black, and well, I'm white and my wife's black, but you know, people, and you're right, Fiberton. I mean, they say less black people live in the suburbs, but that's because less of the population is black. If you really look at the numbers, 13% of America's population is black, right? So, of course,
Hmm.
in different neighborhoods, there's going to be less black people. In my neighborhood, there's less black people. But you know what? There's only 2 to 3% of the population is black in my state. So, yeah, hello. You can't have half and half when
Right.
there's,
It's what people don't get, is that
they don't get it. They don't
you
get
might
the numbers.
be in a place where, say there's 10,000 people, there's only, they might be, even that percentage of people here, but
Uh-huh.
you may only have, say, if you have a 10,000 people, you may have 800 that are black in a particular area, or maybe 500, just
Yeah.
because of the sheer numbers because all groups tend to kind of like congregate naturally. That's they've shown this. Some people say, well, that's racist or whatever. It's not. It's people tend to just congregate because, like, they'll move next to their brother moves next to their cousin. Next thing you know, the mother moves right down the street, and then over time, people congregate.
Mhm.
It's just way, just like Italians or Polish, or like my family before they moved to the South. My mother lived in a complete Slavic area in Chicago. It was just Russians, Ukrainians, and Polish. And my mom's told me she didn't see a black person face to face until she was like 16 or 17. I mean,
Bless you.
so people
Thank you.
congregate just naturally, just Plus,
Yeah.
most people speak English, so
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, the numbers, people don't really get into the numbers. They don't really research it. It just I think a lot of times they just go with raw numbers and say that's what it is. Yeah. But anyway, I lost my train of thought. Michael says, "Bless you, Afro Angelique." But you know what? I've been thinking about this, and guys, and I've prayed about this. I think this is a spiritual thing. I thought about our country. I thought about, what we have. We have a true blessing, and a lot of times people focus on me and my wife and them. We're like in the same economic.
Well, Afro, you have your
They're black, and well, I'm
Afro.
white, my wife's black, but okay.
Afro, yeah.
Yeah, it was echoing.
Yeah, that's right.
No, but what I was going to say is, I thought about this, and you know what? I've said prayers about this because I look at my nation, right? We have the greatest nation in the world. We do. And I see so many people attacking America, saying how horrible it is. They go into slavery. Yeah, that was evil. We did some evil shit. I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
Do you know why they attack us, though, Brent?
Why is that?
A lot of these countries are non-democratic. So when you have a nation that believes in freedom and these other nations do not, their main goal is to top the one who believes in freedom. So what they do seems normal.
Yeah. Well, I'm not just talking about countries. I'm talking about within our own country. I see things going on, and I see people going into slavery, how bad and how evil white people are. And, this Umar guy says that the white people today are the same ones that enslaved you, lynched you. And I'm like, no, we're not.
Do you notice what their political leanings are?
Yeah, I know. I know, but I think about this and I'm like, okay, if it was so evil, so bad, how do you fix it? You need forgiveness, right? And when I talk to people, I say, why are we focusing on slavery? They say, okay, well, that's what racist white people say. Of course, you want to not talk about it. Of course. Look what black people and people on the left will do this. When you say, you know what, let's just come together, they will point out every single evil thing white people have done and say it's been far worse towards black people than white people. And they're right. They're absolutely right. You can't argue this.
To Western Europeans.
But yeah, but the thing about it is how do we survive as a nation? Because this is our home, whether you're black or white, we're stuck together.
Well, so in the 1960s, the Communist Party of the United States of America, they made some certain decisions on how to take down America. One of them, which they considered to press on the weakness of Black Americans' disdain for American history. It's part. They have a whole ideology, which now they're called the Democratic Socialists of America. They actually created that name so it was softer, more palatable for people to get involved with. But so their agenda, part of the agenda, which is I think it was created in like '64, I think. But there's a whole book. They wrote a book, and
no, they were in
Union. They made decisions on how they want to take America apart. From the inside. They said they basically wrote, go after Black people's need for emotional situations to get them to get angry about things, promote change just for them, tell them they're going to get a bunch of things, even though promise the world but give them nothing. There's a lot. It's pretty wild. all the things and that they started doing, which really I see why they did it, because in order to try to get people motivated to, because they said that black people in America were the weakest link in America, so they decided to push communism and socialism towards that group in order to get them riled up to create more dysfunction and more. It's a wild read.
No, I know what you're saying, and the left, they do look at black people as the weakest link.
Oh yeah, they
and
look down on them. They look down on them. Let me say, one time I seen they were talking about how they're basically not smart enough to get licenses. Like what?
Oh my God,
it's crazy.
Oh God, I gotta look up a video where they did that, where they had these white people saying, well, black people, they can't get an ID, so why are you going to have them show when the vote? And like they were just like stupid. Every black person in America has a driver's license. Come on. It was so degrading. I felt like they were just, but they pushed that narrative. And look, the communists, where they tried to hit us in the 60s and beyond, is our weakness. And what was our weakness then? Racial relations. We had racism and Jim Crow, and that was our weakness as a nation. That's what they hit on. That's what they tried to exploit. Because if they could divide us with race, they could kill our nation. Look, and to save our nation, we have to come together as black people and white people, and we need to become one, because if we don't, we're going to destroy each other. And look, you cannot level out what happened in the past. Black people had it worse than white people. There's no doubt. You can't, level it out what happened. You can't. The only way to do it, we'd have to go back to slavery, and white people would have to be enslaved. And come on, let's be honest.
Slavery is not new.
It's
I
not.
know they try to act like black, American slavery is a
like we invented it
of slavery in the world. Like the word slavery, it literally means white Eastern European. That's what it means. Because when they would call on, when the Greeks would call, I think it was the Greeks would call, these are the Greeks or the Romans, I forget. When they would call on people they wanted to do things in large groups, right? To people in bondage, they would say they wanted the esclavos, the quote slaves, which were Eastern Europeans, is who they hunted for, right? So, and then that word basically got borrowed into, because, English is a German language, and being that the Frankish kings ran the Holy Roman Empire, that word filtered over into Old English and then into English, obviously. But
But my thing is as a nation, we got the best nation in the world. I don't care what anybody says. If you want to go to a country that didn't have slavery, good luck. You better go to the moon, because every continent had it. But we need to come together and save our nation. It's our home. There's nothing that's going to come about it. There's no score that's going to be settled. The only thing that's going to be settled is our success or our fate. That's it. And when we go down, we all go down.
Right. All we can do is push forward as one species. We can't.
Yeah.
Pretty much the vast majority of humans on Earth have been enslaved. Lands have been taken from each other because no one owns the land. When people say, well, these people took the land from whoever, or colonizers took the land in America from the Indians. Americans were taking the land from each other. They had slaves too. I don't see anybody going to the, where all the Indians are at, and putting up picket signs saying where's their reparations for the slavery that the Indians had. They had thousands and thousands and thousands of slaves.
Well,
but,
that's
it's like all this propaganda, right? Like, go after the largest group who actually has money. Because the Indian groups don't have money; they're broke, except for the gambling places. But they hoard all that money and siphon it out.
Well, a lot of that is the mafia is involved in a lot of that. Don't kid
Oh
yourself.
yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
They're exploiting it. But my thing is I think swirl to investment is our future, and black women, white men are going to lead the way. And I think it's spiritual. I think it's of God. We need to come together to show everybody how to come together in marriage, how to love each other that look different, how to come together and make it happen. And I'm sorry, Tyrone and Becky ain't doing it. They can't lead the way. But if we do it the right way and we can make it a norm, Tyrone and Becky might come together one day and actually have a great marriage. And it might be a norm if we could get everybody on board. And see, that's when people say the interracial thing, the agenda. I'm going to tell you what the agenda is. It's not no conspiracy that the government's doing to destroy the black family. The black family is destroyed already. And black men are not marrying black women. They're not. 27% of black women are married. So, and they can marry black women if they want to.
Hey, how many of those in that 27% are married to non-blacks?
Well, 4%. 4% is white men. White non-Hispanic men is 4%. Now, when you say non-black men, even a bigger percentage is non-black men. I don't know what the exact number is.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
It's closer than we think. When they say, oh, less than 1% of white men marry black women, and I looked at the numbers, I said, no, that can't be true. But it
1% of white males is a huge number, though.
Yeah, but that can be true because there are millions more white people than black people. We overwhelmingly have more people than black people. So yeah, that can
like
be
20 times more.
But if you look on the black side, it's above 4%. It's about 11 to 14% of black women married to white men. But if you look at on the white side, it's going to be a lot less because there's so much more of us. Right. It's a play on numbers.
Yeah, because from one census, from I think the 2010 census to the 2020 census, interracial marriage is up by 20%.
Yeah, well, interracial marriage between black women and white men have increased from 1967 to now over 500%. Think about that. Let that sink in. So when you say less than 1%, when black people are such a huge minority, they don't really see what's really going on. Did you guys know that less than 1% serve in the armed forces in America today?
Mm-hmm. There's only like a million people or something, or a little over or something.
But there's much more people that are interracially married, black women, white men, than that are serving in the military. Let that sink in. Mm-hmm. So when they say less than 1%, it's not telling the real accurate thing that's going on. And let's say 100% of black women marry white men, when black women represent 7% of America.
And then you take that 7%, and then you have to take off the top and bottom because people over 70 are not really getting married, and people under 18 or under 17 are not getting married. So then you're only left with about maybe 4%.
Yeah, at the best. So yeah, less than 1% is right, but it's growing so fast that it's a play on numbers.
Right.
If you really dig it, and I thought about it, I'm like, oh my God, they're right, but they're so wrong. And that's what they do. They play on the numbers.
Yeah, because if you take 12.5 million divided by 2, then you actually take that number, subtract 2 million off the male side, because there's 2 million more black women than males, right? So then you got to take off the top and the bottom, which is another 20 or 30%. You're not left with many people at the end of the day when there's only 12.5 million. Well, I mean 12.5%, which is like is like 45 million. So it's not many people in comparison.
Yeah, and even if black women married white men 100%, the numbers would still be low. I mean, seriously. And that's saying every black woman marries a white man, which we know that ain't going to happen. The numbers would still be low. They could say, well, it's not many doing it, even if 100% did it, percentage wise. Okay, but if you look on the black end, it would say 100% of black women are doing it. But when you look at white men, what's it going to be? Like 7-8% of white men are doing it?
Yeah, because you're talking about like you talk
Yeah.
about marriable age of black women in America is about 14 million. That's it. That's only 14 million women, black women in America that are marriable, right?
Yes.
You know, and if 2 million of those, I mean, it's fascinating when you start looking at numbers and you start seeing, one of the interesting things is that although in the beginning people considered the busing of black people with white people in all different neighborhoods, it was a good thing because when you take two groups of people who have some different cultural ideas and you start mixing them, what you're going to end up with, you are going to end up with people who fall in love. So
Yes.
that is why some of that happened. It's good. It's good for America.
It is.
America's going to have its own, what people are going to consider America's own race, which are going to be a mixing pot of various cultures from around the world.
And that's what we are. We're a melting pot. And let me tell you something. And let me speak on eugenics, right? And let me tell you this. And I believe this to be true. There is no one racial group that's better than the other. There is not a superior race. There's not. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. But when we come together, when we actually have interracial children, biracial children, I believe they're stronger than one specific racial group because they have the strength of all of us. I believe that's where the strength is. It's not one race dominates the no. I think when it comes to genetics, I think the people that have multiple racial groups or ethnicities within their DNA, I think they're going to be stronger because they're pulling out the strengths from all of us.
Right. They're going to have a higher probability of getting these strengths. Like, take for instance, if you look at a person from Kenya, they're really fast runners, right? But not all people in Kenya are fast runners. So you have to look at like a bell curve. You're going to have a lot that are fast runners and a lot are not. But the higher ratio of tall, skinny, light, bird-like weight bones, they'll have more faster, long range runners than say you and me, where our ancestors come from. We're not really runners. We're more like we're standing still. We're about to fight somebody, right?
Yeah.
We're big men that have to fight people. We can't run. I can't run nowhere. I got to fight.
Yeah.
So we just have what people get confused with. They're like, well, these types of people are this or this type, when really it's a ratio. All groups have all things. Like you'll see women of all shapes in every single group, but you'll have a higher ratio of a certain shape in a group, or a certain tallness in a group, or bigness, or whatever. But so it'll be dominant. It'll lean towards one end than the other, which is very interesting, right? So if you get that combination, right? Like say, your kids are mixed. They have you and your wife, right?
Yes.
Like those genetic differences, the ratios are different, so they have a higher probability of getting two different high probable ratios from two different parents, which is good.
Yeah. And I think that's the world we live in today. We're going to have to come together, and we're going look these people out there that that frown on interracial relationships, these Dr. Delusional Umars, and these pro-black that are so, and I'm not talking about black people that want to see black people do good. I'm
And
talking about
Umar is part white, so what's he jumping about around about?
He's whatever.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but well, but he tries to say that black people have to be with black people because the white devil and all this stuff. And you know what? He can fight against that, but he's not going to stop it. Naturally, people are attracted to other people and other races, and we're going to get together. We're going to marry each other. We're going to have families together. In fact, it increases every day. It's not going to stop, and it shouldn't, especially in our country. I tell these liberals, I tell these woke people, black and white, I say, if white people are so evil and so horrible, what's the best? And white supremacy is so bad. What's the best way to get rid of white people and white supremacy? Interracial marriage, procreation with different groups of people. They don't seem to get it. But then again, it makes black people no longer black. It makes them interracial, right? Really, if we all got together, we're not going to be one group anymore. We're going to be biracial. That's where the future is. To me, I don't have a problem with it. I don't see no problem at all. I don't care if my descendants, my grandkids down the road are black or white or look whatever. I don't care. I don't worship a color. I don't worship what I look like. I don't. I'm just a man.
You know what's interesting, Brent, is that the average, so black, people who are of African descent born in the United States have an average of 17 to 22% Western European.
They do. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So even Umar, who talks about the white devil, he himself is kin to the white devil.
He is. And you know what? There's a lot of white blood flowing through the black community. And people will say, well, yeah, that's because black women were ard. And they're right. That happened a lot. I'm not disputing that, because when you take a group of people you enslave and you look at them like animals, you're going to exploit them. You're going to take advantage. Look, we have people R-ing each other all the time, and it's illegal. We had a time in our history where we would send you to meet your maker if you are the woman. People still did it. So if you had slavery, of course they're going to do it a lot more, because they're not going to get in trouble for their evil deeds. And that's what happened. But you know what? You're right. There's so much white blood in the black community, it's not even funny. Why do you think you have light-skinned black people? They have a little bit more white blood flowing. Mm-hmm. And we can flip the script and say, you know what? They're not black. They're just dark-skinned white people. Look at Obama. He's our first biracial president, right? People say
he got out of hell for that, didn't he? Like, some people were saying he wasn't black enough, some kind of crazy stuff. It's just
yeah, they did. But here's the thing. He had a black father and a white mother. He's biracial. But the narrative, that's our first black president, right? Okay. And the crazy thing is in order for him to come to power, he had to have a black wife, or he would never be president. Tell me I'm wrong. Martin Luther King, and don't get me wrong, I'm not going in on Martin Luther King. Love the guy. But you know what? He was in love with a white woman that was a lunch lady in the college he went to. He wanted to marry her. But you know what? She was in the lower case, and she was white. I don't think she even graduated high school. I don't know. I'd have to look into that. But she wasn't. She was lower level white woman. What people would consider white trash, right?
AKA reject.
Yeah. So, of course, his father didn't have it. So he married Coretta Scott King. Very, very successful, very beautiful, had it all together. But he loved that white woman, but he never married her because he could never have the power he had if there was a white woman on his side. There is no way in hell. But you know what? As a white man, I could rise up to power with a black woman like a hot knife through butter, and that will help me. That will propel me to success. Tell me I'm wrong.
You know, isn't that interesting too, though? Like,
Yeah.
it really is interesting. Like, no one cares who we have on our arms. They only
don't.
care what the hell we're doing.
And you know what? If I ran for president, if let's say hypothetically, I was popular and I was wealthy and I had political money coming in because politicians somehow loved me, and I had a black wife, my wife Sandy, that would not hurt me in the least bit running for office. Whether I'm a Democrat or Republican, it don't fucking matter. I would rise through the ranks. I would cut through all the red tape, all the BS, like a red hot knife through butter. It would make me so much more powerful with that black woman on my side.
Yeah, because it's such a thing, you know, it's such a, people care so much that, you know, about it, that more than likely you would get votes on both sides, right?
I would. I would get the votes. Of course, black women would love me because I got a black wife, right? Black men, they would come around. They say, well, you know, he's not racist. He's got a black wife. White, I would get the white vote overwhelmingly because of the white guilt they soil themselves in. They say, well, damn, he has a black wife. So we got to show we're not racist and vote for him. Seriously. Good God, I should run for politics. You know what? I'm starting my campaign. I just decided. I'm going to turn my blue state red like crazy.
Don't do it, Brad. It's going to suck the humanity out of you.
It would. I don't have, you know what? I'm not corrupt enough to be a politician. I'm not. I got my flaws, but yeah. Whether I have an R or a D at the end of my name, I don't have it in me. I'm.
You know, the interesting thing about all of that is that, so now with Ancestry.com and all that, people are taking their DNA and they start saying, I got sub-Saharan Africa. Not me, but, you know, other guys will say that. And it's good. People need to just embrace who you are. Doesn't matter. Just embrace who you are. It's okay. You know, so many people want to go, they want to, like, I always remember there was that famous, I think he was on the Oprah or something, and he was like this KKK Klan member guy. He was
God,
DNA test, and he was like 15% black or something. He got kicked out the KKK because they sold him.
He did. That was the most racist guy ever.
Hilarious.
It was. Hey, I'll tell you a story, Everton. You know, when I married my wife, right? My uncle, right? And my father, he has a brother and two sisters, and they have a different father than my dad because my grandfather married my grandmother that had 3 kids because she lost her husband in a car wreck. But anyway, when he married my grandmother, she already had 3 kids. And my father was the youngest. He was my grandfather's only biological son. Okay. Well, fast forward, I married a black woman. My uncle, he wasn't having that. His kids thought that was so wrong, and they had a problem with it. But you know what? You know what's so funny? When this DNA stuff came, we all did a DNA test. Me and my father and my brother, we didn't have no black in us. It was all European. Okay, no surprise. But him and his kids had black ancestry in their DNA. They actually had black blood flowing through their veins, and they were the most against me marrying a black woman. Isn't that nuts?
It's
That's
hilarious,
your own
right?
DNA
That's
that you're
God
fighting.
coming right back and putting a stamp on you.
Yeah,
Funny
it
on you
was
right
like,
there.
and when my dad laughed, he says, "Oh yeah, you hate my son for marrying a black woman? Well,
Now you can
at
hate
least
yourself.
at least he loves you more than you love yourself." Ooh. And you know what? My marriage lasted longer than theirs anyway. They had to eat their words. And what's crazy is they had a problem with me with a black woman, but they all married Mexican women. Well, my uncle couldn't stand Mexicans, so all his kids married Mexican.
Wow, huh? How
Isn't that
about
crazy?
that?
Yeah, that's God.
See, the great thing that happens to these guys who are so anti whatever, right? It always seems to end up that God's like, okay, you're gonna play that game. Well, here's the game. I control the table, I control the cards. Let's see what you get, big boy.
Hey, and you know what? My dad told me something. He says, you know what? He said, you know what, son? A lot of these people that hate a certain group, their kids will marry them. It's God saying, you know what? You don't like them, your kids will be with. I will put them in your family where you can't get away from them. I believe that to be true. You know, my grandmothers hated the fact I married a black woman. Huh.
You know,
Okay.
it's in,
Wow.
I did. I'm sorry. I'm listening to you. And I was just thinking. I wanted to do my DNA, and I did it. I did the ancestry, and so of course I'm 90. Let's say 90. There is a 93%. I think 93% African, mostly like Nigerian, but I'm 1%, which is interesting. Okay, I'm 1% Norway. That wasn't the interesting part. I'm 1% South Philippines. That's the part that's interesting, and then I'm 5% Scotland. So I said that was very. I knew
Oh,
there's
Scotland.
probably some. Yeah, Scotland, 5%.
Yeah. Well, I'm connected with you. Most of my DNA is Irish and Scottish, so yeah, we might have a connection.
More than likely,
Yeah, we
you have
could.
to.
Because in my
Irish,
family tree, you never know who's going through there with the family. Because then they show you how you connect with families. I haven't looked at all the different families, so who knows? Because I
Yeah,
have an interesting last name.
Norway invaded Scotland, so more than likely that DNA was deposited into Scotland, and then that Scottish person came to America. Blah blah blah. Next thing you know, you have Scandinavian in you.
Yeah.
You know what?
And
I
people
got
don't.
I got Swedish DNA that I never knew I had. That was my surprise.
Philippines, guys. I know it's 1%. I was like, Philippines? What the heck? That was weird.
How did that happen?
I have no idea.
I got look.
Catherine, Brent has a strong hairline. His hairline is strong.
I have the Irish hairline. Yeah. You know what? That's why I'm so crazy and have mood swings. I think my Irish comes out. You know, we're half crazy anyway.
The Scottish too? You said the Scottish too?
Oh, the Scottish, yeah. You know what? Braveheart, let me tell you. My grandfather says, yeah, when we watched it, he said that's us. We stood up to the British. We brought the smack down on them, which they brought the smack down on us through centuries, but okay. But I got, you know what? I got English in me too, so I'm both sides of that coin.
But like it's really funny how things present themselves, because like, you know, if you ever watched Maury, there was a white girl that was on, and her baby was blonde hair, blue eyed, and that's why the father said, that's not my baby. Did the DNA test, and he was the father. It was a black guy. But it's like, he's like, there's no darkness in that baby at all. Well, if you got some undercover white in your history somewhere, it would have just popped up to the top, and it merged with the other thing. So you can't say what your kids are going to look like, because you don't know what's in your background.
Yeah, you know what though? The thing about blue eyes, this is what I found out when I looked into it. It's the most recessive gene, right?
Mm-hmm.
most white people have blue eyes, but if we have any other color eyes, it will kind of drown it out. And with black people, it's very rare for blue eyes. But they say after like 5 or 6 generations, it will resurface. Even if, let's say, you have a white grandfather and you procreate with black people generation after generation after generation, that gene will resurface. You will have a descendant that has blue eyes. And I've seen very dark-skinned black people that have bright blue eyes.
They have Africans that have bright blue eyes and blonde hair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's just genes. Even though the gene is not dominant, it could be the most recessive, but it will come back. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I know it's like with the grandkid or the great grandkids, they're getting lighter and lighter. Like within my family, we have just pure from the dark to the dark to the lightest to the light, and in between, we have so many different shades. But I know my cousin was saying, "Dang, the great grandchildren are getting lighter and lighter." But then also, people are marrying, more white people, than they're marrying more people of different ethnicities and stuff like that. So it's gonna switch back and forth. It is.
Well,
definitely.
actually, they're going to turn white because they live in North America. Every single person that lives in North America is going to their descendants eventually are going to turn white. They're going to be white, light skin, because of the angle of the sun to the earth. They'll have to lighten up to get more vitamin D, but it takes many generations for that to happen. Just like if I would go to Africa and I would have children, those children eventually would become very, very dark because of where the earth is stationed towards the sun, the angle of the radiation. That's how it works. That's why people are dark and people are light.
Yeah. Well, my daughter has 2 black parents, and she's and I know we have other, and she's lighter than me. They think of her, she's mixed race, and she's not, But then again, if you look at my DNA, you don't know what's gonna show up. My sister had like freckles all over, so you just don't know.
Mm-hmm. And it'll become more and more prominent as people. So anyway, go Afro. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I agree with what she says because, like, my I've had people ask me, "Well, what are you?" And I'm black. Well, you got to have something in there. My parents are black, their parents are black, and their parents are black. So when you have black people getting together with each other because we're so mixed up, you have no idea what's going to present itself. Because I have a neighbor, both of her parents were dark skinned. She didn't look like either one of her parents. And because she came out light bright with light colored eyes, and both of her parents were dark skinned with dark brown eyes. It comes upon she looked like her grandfather. So you never know where it's going to reach back and pull up.
Well, and that happens. You can look at my kids, and they're all different shades. It looks black, and one looks white. I mean, not fully. You could all tell they're all biracial, but one is mistaken for being Hispanic. One, you could tell she's black. It's just our genetic information, and through time, we get all the DNA mixed in. We're going to represent the people that came before us that procreated to create us. We're just a carbon copy of our parents, our grandparents, our ancestors. I mean, and whatever DNA we have will surface one day.
Right. And eventually what's going to happen is that America, when we look at ancestry, well, obviously we'll all be gone. But eventually they'll have to say, well, America is its own ethnic group. Because it'll be so many different worldly ethnic groups mixed together over, say, 1,000 years that America would just be its own ethnic group.
Hey, do you guys think that if we just interracially married in droves, and we just mixed our DNA like in a fast rate. Do you think would be better off as a country? Do you think we would say, well, okay, we can't say that we're descendants of slaves or slave owners, we're just both? Do you think we'd be better off? Or do you think people are just so corrupt and sinful, we'd just find a way to hate each other regardless?
I think it's a bit of both.
A bit-
Because like if you take for instance some people who have they have people in their families that have like they have different races in their family, like some I think I can't remember who it was, but they have Indian, Mexican, they have a whole different range, and so they're basically like numb to it. It's like you are who you are, and then there are some people that will use it to separate themselves from everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I think we would honestly. I don't think. I think interracial marriage is a beautiful thing. I think it's going to bring us closer together as a nation, but I don't think it will get rid of the evil of people. I think we'll still find a way to hate each other. We'll still find a way to discriminate against each other, no matter what. You could get a group of all black people together. They will manipulate each other. They will treat each other bad. You get a group of white people, they'll do the same thing. That's just human nature. Yeah, it's called sin. We're all sinners. And if you read the Bible, it tells us that, people think, oh, people are generally good people, but the Bible says the opposite. We're born in sin. We're evil. We have to fight that to become good. And I think that's more of the truth. And if you study history, the evil things people have done against each other on all continents, that reigns true. We're not generally good people. We're generally evil people. We need to fight that and do what's right.
It's funny to me. I see all these comments about biracial in the comments, and really, if you really think about it, because a lot of people are so mixed up, you can say a black presenting person is marrying a white presenting person, and what you get is what you get because there's so much mixture going on. Nobody is pure anything.
Right.
So when you have a black presenting person marrying a white presenting person, they may have a child that is a Hispanic presenting person. So you never know because like a lot of biracials don't look like a mixture between black and white. They may look like a totally different ethnicity. So
Right. Look at
like,
me. I'm Scandinavian and Slavic, and I look like a wasp, right? I look like basically a Western European, right?
Yeah. And
White Anglo-Saxon Protestant is what it's called.
yeah.
mhm.
You
So
know what?
be who you are. And no matter what anybody says, oh, this is a biracial person. Yes, but if they have a little bit of brown in their skin, people are always going to treat them like they're black. So I don't understand what the big deal is about saying they're not black. They're not black. Well, they got black in them. And people in this country are going to treat you like you're black, even if you are not black, if you look black.
You know what? That is so silly. People do that. Look, I don't care who you identify with. If Wesley Snipes says, you know what, I'm a white man and I'm the whitest white man, I say, okay, well, welcome to the family, brother.
Bro, he's so black he is white.
Huh? I don't
so
care.
Black, he is white.
Yeah. I mean that. Yeah, that's just silly.
He's got a great sidekick though. Jeez, he actually is a really good kickboxer.
Who's that? Wesley Snipes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's
legit.
He's legit. He's legit.
Oh, okay.
Because
He's just getting old like us,
there's some white presenting people. You look at their nose and like, oh, they black.
Yeah, right.
Because black people are associated with certain kinds of noses. So it's like, even if the skin tone tone is white presenting, people will still say, "Oh, they black," because they have a certain feature. So it's like no matter what you do, somebody is going to try to determine what your blackness is.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah, I know this.
all
I know this.
because we're just
Hey,
it's crazy.
Yeah, I
hey,
know
I,
this white girl. Well, I don't know. She's 20% black, but she's got quote like she said I got the good hair. I'm like, okay, all right, whatever. So, but it's like I'm like, you can't say you're not part black. Like her facial features, her body, she got the bing bang boom body. Like, come on, man. It's like you
hey,
are who you are. Just accept who you are. It's okay.
Let me tell you who has the good hair. It's black women. It is so thick and beautiful, and it grows up instead of down. It
Yeah,
grows
it
to the
don't flatten out. You know what I
no flat.
mean?
My wife has beautiful hair. She has that four course hair that, oh my god. You know what? Hey Sandy, you still up? Because I might run my fingers through your hair because no, her hair is braided. I can't do that. But no, but I mean seriously, her hair is awesome. Um, I don't get that. With the good hair, who has the good hair?
Yeah, I know. When she said that, I was like, okay. You
I
know what I
I,
But
I
mean?
it's
Gives someone
like
the side eye.
saying that somebody has good hair is actually kind of racist, just because
it
hair is
is.
hair, and it's just based off your curl pattern. So if you have 4C hair, that means that you have the tightest curl pattern there is in the hair range spectrum, and it goes and the curl loosens up from there. But that's just like if somebody has 4C hair, the longer their hair gets, the looser their pattern gets. So you know what? It really it's just your curl pattern, and people are jealous of different curl patterns.
It's kind of
So
crazy, right?
and it's and you can't say that because you have straight hair you have good hair, or because you have loose curls you have good hair. Everybody's hair is good. It just depends on how you treat your hair, because not everybody treats their hair well.
That's right. Yeah. I mean my wife's hair looks healthier when she wore weaves and braids than when she was curling it and putting relaxers. And I remember that. And you know what? My wife got away from that and went more natural, and her hair is so beautiful and thick. And oh my God, I got thick hair, and my wife's got thick hair. My son, I would cut his hair with the clippers, and I thought I would burn up the clippers. It was so thick. And my daughters, their hair is so. Um, my oldest daughter's got that coarse hair like my wife, not as much, but it's like more of a black woman's hair. My youngest daughter's got more of a white woman's hair. It's curly, but it grows forever. It's like Rapunzel. I'm just like, oh my God, you grow hair faster than my mom. And she was one of these blonde headed girls that grew hair forever. Um, it just, people have different hair. And I think black women's hair is the most beautiful because they can do more with it. And when it's treated right, it's the strongest hair. It's thicker. It's the more coarse it is, the more you can do it. The braids look better. They hold stronger. You see white women do braids and
It's
it don't look
ridiculous.
right, and it falls apart. It just they
They
don't
should
have the
they should stick to cornrows. Just
yeah
stick to cornrows.
cornrows. The Viking braids. That's cool. That works for you. I'm white people have their own braids too, but you can't wear a black woman's braids if you're white. You can't. And that's
Mhm.
okay. Embrace what you can do with what you got. Um,
It's and to me, good hair is hair that you treat well. That's good because your hair is going to be good to you if you're good to it. So if you are um, if you are doing color treatments and perms and all the stuff at the same time, your hair is going to deteriorate. You're going to kill your hair follicles because you can actually get chemical burns from getting relaxers if the person that's putting it on your head doesn't know what they're doing.
Yeah, and that's true. Look, my wife would put relaxers in her hair, and you know what? She would have hair that would break off, and she would get some burns, and that's not good. When she
Mm-mm.
said, "You know what? The hell with this," and she grew it natural, her hair was so healthy. It was just so beautiful, and it's like, why are you trying to straighten it? Your hair's not meant to be straight, and straight is not always good. I
Mm-mm.
don't think white women with long stringy hair is beautiful. I don't, and that's the same hair I have. I think black women's hair is more beautiful. It's more thicker. It's more healthier, and when it's natural, it's the most beautiful. I
But it's funny to me because most curly hair girls want to be straight, and most straight hair girls want to be curly. And nobody is happy with the hair on their head, one way or the other. We should just make sure that it's healthy.
you're so right because there are a lot of white women that want the curly hair that black women do, and they'll get perms, and it's like that's not your hair. My uncle and his son, my uncle and cousin, back in the '70s, you know when the afros were in, my uncle and cousin they got a perm, and me and my dad, we hit the ground. We laughed so hard, we were peeing our pants. We couldn't hold back. It was so stupid and funny. Look, if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. I mean, look at me. How would I look if I went and got a perm and tried to have an afro? That would be the dumbest crap ever, right? It don't make sense. You take a black man and says he wants to look like Tom Cruise and get a white man's haircut, it would look dumb as hell, right? Be
Yeah,
who you are. That's the bottom line.
the thing about it is that so many people are not comfortable in the skin that they're in.
And you
Once
have
you are
people who want. Sorry, Sha.
once you're comfortable with the skin that you're in, there's nothing that you can't do because nothing people say to you will bother you because you're comfortable in the skin that you're in.
Yeah. Hey, guys, I got someone coming up. I don't know. Butters, can I trust you? I haven't seen you. Um, but welcome, Butters. Hey, Butters, how's it going? Butters? Butters.
You might
Okay.
you might want to drop them.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop them.
Mm.
Butters, you gotta identify yourself. I mean, what the hell? I give you a chance. I'm gonna let you up back again. But if you're going to try to porn do that porn crap or try to do, you're going to be deleted before you get it done. So I'm going to let you back up. You tell me who you are if you want to be part of this discussion. Otherwise, I'm dropping you. One last chance.
Butter says they can't hear, but
Okay, well,
they wrote in private they can't hear.
they can't hear. Well,
Yeah,
it's probably your device.
yeah.
Yeah. So if you tell me who you are, I'll let you be part of this conversation. But if you can't, I can't let you up because I got people that will try to, porn drop on me and try to do crazy stuff. I can't have that.
On that note, I'm gonna open up a spot and I'm gonna go do some stuff. But you all have a good night. It's always been great getting on here and chit chatting with you all.
Okay, hey, thanks for coming up,
Yep, yep,
Fiberton. It's good talking to you, brother. It's
yep,
always
yep.
good.
Hey, bye bye, Fiberton.
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
night.
Have a good night. You all have a good
And
night,
hey,
ladies.
Yeah.
the lady said keep that smooth voice going.
Oh yeah,
Whatever that is, I don't know. But
ladies love my voice. It's their
hey,
kryptonite.
Fiberton, have a good night, brother.
You too, sir.
Thanks for coming on. All right.
Yep, yep.
All right. Yeah, I wanna I wanted to let him up or her or whatever, but I don't know. I guess they can't hear. I'm gonna try one more time, Butters. Get your equipment together. Okay, they dropped off. Okay, well I tried. You know what? I do let people come up, even people with different opinions, just to let them talk a little bit. But I don't know. Maybe that was someone that wasn't mean or nothing. Maybe they just had technical difficulties. It could be. But Fiberton, thank you so much, sir, for coming on. It was a pleasure. Ladies, it's just us four. I know we've been kind of drifting and going different things. My thing is ladies, and I'm going to talk to black women. Look, black women, do what's best for you, black women. Look, no, seriously. I speak for myself and a lot of white men that love you. We want what's best for you, and we want to love you. We want to be with you. We do. We think you're the most beautiful woman on earth, and we want you to be our wives. We want to give you everything you want in life. And that's my story. You know, my wife, she's taken care of financially, and she's successful financially too. But I thank God that I was able to love my wife. I thank God that I was able to give my wife a home. The house we bought, my wife picked out. I thank God for that. Um, and I never cared whatever house she picked out, as long as she was happy, as long as she felt secure, as long as she knew I love her. That's all that mattered. And the only side thing I wanted was a nice size yard that I could do my thing and spend my personal time outside. But seriously,
Yeah, look,
black people should have the best. And guys, I'm going to do a show here this weekend, either Saturday or Sunday, and I'm going to talk about black women, and I'm going to talk about the femicide rate. And I got news clippings. My brother Alexander sent me some information. I'm going to talk about that. And I think the problem we have in America is how we treat black women. I do believe that. I think God will bless us the better we treat black women, and he will curse us how bad we treat them. Whether you're black or white, it don't matter. I think black women are the center of what's going on spiritually when it comes to God and when it comes to faith. I think black women, how we do as a nation is how we treat black women. I believe that. I believe that more than, building up our national defense and doing all this stuff. I think black women are the key. And people say that's got nothing to do with defending our country. No, it's got everything to do with it. It's got everything to do with God. Because the women that were most mistreated, the most abused, the women that show the most love and affection are black women.
mhm.
And I believe black women are God's prized possession. And there's going to be a day of reckoning. You do wrong by them, God help you. You do right, you will be blessed like no other. But anyway.
You know what? Black women, I believe, face the most trauma. And we also, because we are taught to take on so much and do so much, that we don't take care of ourselves a lot of times. And I think that once we start taking care of ourselves, getting the help that we need in certain areas, and healing the traumas that we've had in our lives, I think once you start doing that, you start attracting positive things in your life, and you recognize the toxicity so much easier, and you distance yourself from it And when you start to become healed, you start attracting different types and different kinds of people. I think that is why I am able to date white men now, because I've
Yeah.
started my healing process and I've already gotten to a certain point where it's just tweaking at this point.
Yeah. It butters the bean. You can come back on. I know you said it's past the topic, but we could drift back down to the topic. We can go back and forth. This show is flexible. Oh, there
Mhm.
she. All right.
Hi,
Hi. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Sorry, I
Uh oh. Butters, your device disconnected. I don't know what happened. Try to reconnect. You're still down there. Once your device comes up, I'll pull you up. Um, I oh, she dropped off. Okay, well, Butters, you can come up anytime. The the link is still up, so I wanted to hear what she had to say. Dang it!
Yeah.
But
Um,
anyway,
I have to do some things for my mom, so I need to drop off.
okay,
But
Afro Angelique. Hey, young lady, thanks for coming up. It's always a pleasure,
hi.
and you're always welcome. You're a VIP.
thank you.
You are,
Um,
and look, you doing okay? Everything good?
yeah, you
Yeah,
know what? I just want to thank you for the prayers, because my mom has actually put on 10 pounds and she's getting stronger. So I want to thank everybody for the prayers.
Oh yeah, you
Oh,
always
God
got our
bless you.
prayers, and God bless you and your mom. And you need anything from me, you email me, okay?
Thank you, Brenda. I greatly appreciate it.
Hey,
Everybody
you.
have a blessed week, and know that you are loved. And I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay, thank you
Goodbye.
so much, Afro Angelique.
Mhm.
It's awesome talking to you. All right, Butters the Bean. Did I say that right? How
yeah.
you doing? How you
Hi,
doing, young lady?
hi. I'm good. I was enjoying the flow of the conversation. Going towards like different sorts of families, uh, family members, genetic history, and everything. And it reminded me of an early memory from my childhood. Um, in like we're Caribbean, so we are naturally like we have like different ethnic backgrounds. Predominantly black though, um, and so there's some internalized colonial racism um,
Okay.
in my particular family background. I have two biracial sisters, although our family is mixed, but we are black presenting, a lot of us. But both my sisters, um, I remember when I was a kid, they're my half sisters. When I was a kid, I think I was like 4. They wanted to straighten my hair with relaxer to
Mm.
make me look more racially ambiguous. My older sister would always say to me, "Don't you wish you had my dad so that we would look more alike?" You know, um, and it was I took it personally. I was a very um, I was a very introspective child, so I never just I always read between the lines, and it hurt so bad putting all that dumping all those chemicals on top of my head. It burns. So I
Yeah.
like I resented that they wanted me to look different. I thought I looked fine. I looked like me, and I was adorable. Even I'd want to adopt me. So it was just really annoying. And I wore Jerry curls for the majority of my childhood, which kind of made me look almost. sexually ambiguous as well. You know, like the character Pat from this old TV show in the 90s. Always had jerry curls. Could never tell if Pat was a man or a woman. Yeah, like that hairstyle, and I hated it so much. And it always traveled with me, and it was the start of the decline of my self-esteem, so it's pretty much non-existent. And I hated that, and I hated what they did. I actually do believe that hair relaxers for little girls should be made illegal. It should be banned. It's, you know, tethered to child abuse, in my opinion, and racial intimidation. So.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's a good point. And look, a lot of times people alter how they look, hairstyles, you know, creams they put on to make their skin lighter. That is evil. That is wrong. God made us different for a reason. I know through society and you know, people try to present a certain group as more beautiful than the other, and that's not true. You just need to embrace who you are, love who you are. Black women, you're the most beautiful women on earth. You are. Look, I came from an all-white neighborhood, and I chose the black woman. Why? Because you are the most beautiful. You're the most loving. And I'm speaking truth. And look, all of us have our beauty. All women have their beauty. All people have their strengths and weaknesses. Embrace who you are. And black women, you should not. You should never change who you are. If your hair is four course, really curly, embrace that. That's beautiful. I never found that to be ugly, or I don't understand why straightening the hair would make someone look more beautiful. It don't. It just makes your hair straight. But that's a society we live in. And you know what? Ladies, just be you. I mean, I just, that bothers me. And there is nothing, and black women straighten their hair have never made them more attractive to me. I just thought black women are attractive. It just, I don't know what to say. I don't understand it. I know there's a thing going on with straight hair and light skin and all this stupid garbage. It's like, who decides what's beautiful? Who is behind the screen saying, oh, well, curly hair is not right. It's got to be straight and light skin. Who's saying this? And who's buying into this?
It gets passed down, I think.
Yeah, it's passed down. Yeah, it is.
It gets passed down.
And there's a racial element to that. There is. But why the hell do we got to live up to it in today's world? Why can't we just do away with that garbage and say, you know what? I just don't. Look, I would say that men need to attack this more than women. I would say especially black men need to step up and say, you know what? Light or dark, let's stop this stupid shit. Whether your hair straight or natural or weave, shut up. Just let black women be beautiful. And let's stop trying to put this thing of beauty around people's neck, because beauty is in the eye of the beholder anyway. What I think's beautiful, you may not. And why do we have to live in the collective what we think beauty is? That's the dumbest thing ever.
I
Stop
feel
the
that
conditioning
I'm sorry.
and just be you. No, I'm
I
sorry. Go ahead.
I feel that I felt resentful of both of my sisters all my life because they dragged me in and out of salons. One of them became a hairdresser, a professional hairdresser. She actually did, I think, Keisha Cole's hair. And, like, I had so much resentment built up over the years because it kind of stacked along with the other trauma that I suffered as a child. Um, and I felt like, okay, you get to represent for your background. Why can't I be free to represent mine? I want to be my unique self. If I'm, you know, I'm very feminine, extremely. I value that part of my identity because, like, I feel like I'm a spirit, right? No matter the body that I inhabit, I feel like my femininity is what sets me apart. I don't ever want to be reincarnated. I believe in reincarnation. I don't ever want to be reincarnated into a man. I could never
Yeah.
identify with that. I would just reject
Right.
it and say, God, start over. You know, and
Yeah.
I felt like they were doing what Karens do, right? Publicly, you know, ridiculing me, in a backhanded way, you know, making backhanded comments and things like that. And it really hurts because I have these two sisters, right? One of them literally looks, and I kid you not, looks exactly like Halle Berry, right? And the other one was a beauty queen of our family's country. So it's like having me going up against that societal standard and being told that you're not good enough as you are, as you exist. I mean, how do you get back up from that? So
I
I
don't
held it
know.
up.
Hey, Butters, I'm sorry. Your audio is really low. I can hear you and I'm listening.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was really listening hard.
Oh,
But
I'm sorry.
I
Yeah,
got
so
most of what you're saying.
yeah, do you need me to repeat anything? 'Cause,
Yeah, I think what you're saying is just be you and the beauty standard. Is that right?
yeah, I just want to represent for my heritage, my own
Yeah.
individual heritage, instead of trying to imitate another. It's not
That,
fair.
it's not fair. It's not right. Because and this is the problem with it is society and people have decided what's beautiful, and that's just someone's opinion, and it's not the majority. It's just what people in power decided. Hey, straight hair is more beautiful, let's go with that. Well, that's not everybody's opinion. That's just um and just be you. I always look, we're different. We're all different. And black women's beauty is different from another woman. And I find black women's beauty more beautiful than any other woman. It's different. It's unique. It's hers. Most women, their hair is straight. It comes out straight. Black women, their hair has curls. It's coarse. It's different. It grows up instead of growing down. It's unique. It's beautiful. Why should you change who you are? And that's my problem. That's my problem with people in general. Who you are is who you are. You cannot change who you are. I can't throw an afro on my head and say that's me. It's not. It would look stupid and funny. I am who I am. And and ladies, be who you are. And black women, there's no other woman more beautiful than you. So Don't change a thing. The hell with what somebody says that has some kind of celebrity status or somehow has power within the government. Their opinion don't mean a damn thing. Just be you. You're more beautiful when you're you than when you're trying to be something you're not. That's all of us. Just we need to be ourselves and be honest. Um, like I said, you know what I look like? How would it look if I started wearing dreads? I would look like a damn fool, would I not? That don't make sense. A black person, it makes sense. Not me. That's not me. I'm just saying, just be you. Be truthful. God made you the way you look for a reason. And you're more beautiful when you're yourself than trying to be something you're not. I'm just being honest. Black women have beautiful curly hair. White women that try to get that beautiful curly hair makes them look more stupid. Seriously. They look better with straight hair because that's how they were created. Black women look better with curly hair. That's how they were created. What the hell are we doing trying to change who we are? And who has the authority to tell us what we should look like? Being you. Yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I kind of have a theory about all of this, but it's
Okay.
my own personal theory, based on my lived experience. I don't know if everybody's heard of this psychological phenomenon called the uncanny valley. It's basically when our perception of what is familiar or legitimate rather starts to like doubt. Like, for example, if you look at an android, right? An android imitates the looks of an actual human being, right?
Yeah.
Even if it looks so real, there's something in our mind that actually feels uncomfortable or disturbed, right? And we kind of realize that machine isn't really a human being. I noticed that that same phenomenon kind of imitates when two different ethnicities come in contact with each other. Like, of course, they see that that's another human being, but obviously they notice that there's something off. They notice that there are differences that make them feel a little bit uncomfortable with the other because they don't look, as similar to what a person grew up with. I kind of feel as though that's what I come across being in a multicultural family a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
So
I get that. And yeah, I get that. And some people, what they think is the norm and the beauty, that's their opinion. And it's sad that we project that on other people to where their natural beauty, we take that away because we want them to look like us.
exactly.
And that's disturbing. That's not right. I think people looking different is a good thing. I think us having different hair textures, different skin tone, I think that's a beautiful thing. I don't think that's wrong. That's just how we're created. And embrace who you are. Love who you are.
Just to answer Mike's question, I'm Trinidadian.
Oh, Trinidad? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I don't know where the chat is in this.
Okay. But I get what you're saying. But embrace who you are. You're beautiful who you are. And look, I'm a white man, and I find black women to be the most beautiful. I know people say that's weird. Why would you do that? No, I see what I see, and I see what I find beautiful. And when I look at black women, when I talk to black women, I find them to be the most loving, the most easygoing women, and I'm attracted to that. I think that's awesome. Do I have to look a certain way to be with black women? I don't think so. I can be just the everyday white guy I am and just love black women. That's okay. We are who we are, and you know what? We can love each other even if we're different. We don't have to change people that are different. You know, I just, but I get where you're coming from, and don't change. Look, embrace your beauty. If they don't see your beauty, they're just stupid. I mean, seriously. I mean,
Yeah, I embraced myself. It took me years and years to learn how to embrace myself. I don't think
uh,
it happened until I turned like 19. Um, like I would scoff at my baby pictures. Now I love them, but before, like, I just hated them. It was, to me, it was akin to looking at like a bug or something. I hated myself so bad. Yeah,
you know what that is though? That's conditioning. You know, that's somebody projecting what they think is beautiful onto you, and that is wrong. I mean, you know, and if you look at it with truth, you find that you're beautiful just being you. More beautiful than changing what you look like. You know, your hairstyle, your body. We got women. Look, people say that, you know, we got white women in America that will alter their body shape to look like a black woman, but in turn will claim they're the most beautiful women. Tell me how that makes sense, right? Um, but I would say, you know what? Don't change who you are. If you don't have a big butt, don't put a big butt on you because it ain't going to work. It don't look right. If you don't have a big chest as a woman, don't put a big chest on you. God made you the way you are, and you're beautiful the way you are. Embrace who you are. If you got straight hair, God made you with straight hair. Embrace it. If you have curly hair, embrace it. That's what God wanted you to be. And you're defying God when you try to change that. You really are. Be who you are. You can love whoever you want. You can find beauty in whatever you want. That's perfectly fine. That's what's awesome is when people can look at someone that looks different from them and fall in love with them. You know, that's a good thing. Um, but don't change who you are because you'll find out your beauty is within you. When you try to change that beauty, it just creates ugliness. It really does.
it kind of gets it's one thing for me to accept myself. The other
Mhm.
part that kind of disturbed me, though, was how I was treated because of my specific phenotype. And, well, or rather, because of others' irrational reaction to my phenotype. And it, it kind of made me afraid of people altogether, almost, in a sense. I feared the verbal abuse and also the physical.
Yeah.
Because when I was a kid, when I was like 8 years old, I was molested by
Oh.
my male family member who was dating a white woman. He literally was using me as practice for what he wanted to do with her. And over time, I pretty much never saw myself as a human being. I just saw myself as an animate object. Um, Kind of made it easier to um, to double the pain. Um, so for 20 years, actually, I didn't see myself as fully human. That and that sucked. That turned into a fear of men and a disillusionment with humanity altogether. Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. That you should never have to go through that. I'm sorry. But you know what? Don't let that tear you down. You're a beautiful young lady, and just embrace you. And you know what? And I know that's probably traumatizing. You probably didn't, after that experience, never wanted nothing to do with a man, period. Because
I
of the,
I'm still
yeah,
going through it. I'm kind of scared because, like, I'm wondering, is it safe? Is it safe yet? Is it safe yet? Because, like,
yeah.
later on when I became an adult, I got assaulted, and now I suffer from more PTSD from that. And it was actually really bad. It was my first actual Valentine's date. I never had a Valentine's before, and it was the first time. I spent like 2 hours at Godiva's choosing out what I wanted to get him. and and yeah, that I, you know, it solidified that men are not safe. That they're not safe, and but yet the loneliness is like, oh, it's too much. It's just too much, because no man is an island, right? We all need each other. We need companionship, and I get pressure a lot to like not die alone. so, so, yeah. Um, I just want. I do know what I want in a man, though. I want him to be a lot like my mom, open-minded, kind, um, seeing the good in people. You know, um, optimistic, happy, like that type of person.
Yeah.
So I still have hope. It's just really scary to dive back into that environment to sift through, and but that's pretty much what I imagine would be my ideal partner.
Yeah. And I'm sorry to hear that. I wish, gosh,
Yeah.
I just pray you find a man that loves you for who you are and just treats you the best ever.
Thanks. I'm working on it slowly. I do see a
I
therapist.
know, I know. And you know what? The men that do you wrong like that, God's judgment's coming upon them. Nobody gets away with anything, and especially, with women that are such a treasure. And you know, but I'm sorry you went through that. I can't imagine that. I just wow.
It kind of feels like a curse, to be honest. But, with therapy and getting through it, so,
But
yeah.
you know what? It's not your fault, and it's not a curse. You're not cursed. It's the men that did that to you that are cursed. They're going to have to. They're going to be held accountable. You're not. You're innocent. It's not your fault. And I know it's painful, and you should have never went through that. But there will be justice. I mean, and I know that's not comforting, knowing okay they're going to pay for what they did, but you would rather not go through it. I get it, but you know what? Just be your beautiful self. You know
Mm-hmm.
what? And you need therapy. Get therapy. Um, there are good men out there that will love you with all their heart, and that's who you need to be with. But you don't need to be with any men till you're healed, because I don't even know what you would go through as a man. I can't even comprehend that. When I hear what you tell me, I just want to find this guy and choke slam him over and over and over till he don't breathe again. I'm just that's my thought. Um, but I can't even imagine the torment, the pain that you went
Well,
through. Oh,
The torment lasted actually 10 years because of that
oh, I
assault.
bet.
My lower back was contorted, and I wasn't able to walk straight for 7 years. I had to
Oh
work hard
gosh.
to physically rehabilitate. It was bent like an S, so I have degenerative disc disease, and but I rehabilitated myself. I walked on a treadmill. I saw an acupuncturist who actually caused me to walk in like 8 or 9 treatments. So I'm grateful for that because I didn't have to go through surgery, which I was pressured to go through. So, but
Mhm.
it took years. But I'm out.
That's good. Um, well, I'm sorry to hear that. That breaks my heart. Gosh.
Yeah.
Hello. What?
Hello, how you doing,
I,
Barbara?
yes, Barbara.
How you doing?
I'm great. I don't know. I can't kind of. I heard the call when when the guy was talking and the other woman was talking, but I kind of missed what subject we're on at this moment.
We've drifted. I originally 4 hours ago, I was talking about interracial relationships when it
Mm-hmm.
comes to black women, white men opposed to black men, white women. Um, how our relationships are different, how we move, and the success we have. And I know with Butters coming on, she was expressing, what she went through as a young lady and how she was abused, and we've drifted on a lot of things. Um, I don't think there's anything that we talked about that don't need to be talked about. Um, but yeah, that's kind of where we're at. But if you want a recount of the show, I could tell you what we originally were talking about. Um,
Yes.
yeah, originally I was talking about interracial relationships, and I use these terms a lot. You, I don't know if you heard me talk about swirl to investment. That means interracially dating to marriage. It's
Okay.
a white man or a non-black man that loves black women that will swirl for the purpose of marriage, that really loves black women, that invest his life in black women. That is my story,
To kind of
and
like.
and that's I found black women to be the most beautiful, the most loving, and I've clinged to black women since I was 5. I always and when I talk about swirling, I interracially dated, but my ultimate plan was the goal is to get a black wife. It really was. I prayed for this,
Mm-hmm.
and I got it. My wife is the most awesome, beautiful woman ever. I'm blessed, and I try to share my story because I tell men, non-black men, that black women are so beautiful. They're a hidden treasure, and if you have all the love in the world for her, you can find paradise and you can lift her up and make her life better as you're making your life better. If she really loves you. I
Mm-hmm.
found that black women, if they love you, you're set. You got it made, and we have a blessing. And then I look on black men, their dating practices, and I talked about bowling with Becky's. I don't know if you bowling for Becky's. I don't know if you heard that term,
No,
but
I haven't.
what that is black men that um, date white women, that pursue white women. Um, a lot of times they do that for a status. They do it for to uplift their ego. Some of them do it because they think they're taking a shot at the white man, and some do it for fetishization and lust. And white women do it for the same reason. Usually those relationships don't last. They're usually short term. They usually don't lead to marriage. Some might. There's always an exception. But usually black women, white men, when we get serious, it does lead to marriage a lot of times. And we're successful in that because we want more out of life than just the excitement, the here and now, and the desires of the day. We're actually looking towards family, marriage, and legacy. I mean, that's what I was looking for. And I think most black women and white men that get together are looking towards that. And it's not always true with everybody, but looking at the statistics, looking at what's going on, we're finding that marriages with black women and white men are the most successful, the longest lasting. Why is that? We can unpack all kinds of things and come to a conclusion, but I think black women, white men, we're so much alike we don't even know it. We're the leaders in our community. We're trained to uplift our counterparts. Black women are trained to uplift black men and be there for black men and uplift black men. Well, white men are conditioned to do the same thing for white women. Uplift them, protect them, let them know they're beautiful, and we're doing the same thing. And when we get together, two leaders of two different communities, it works. And a lot of times it works so awesome that we really do find love. And sometimes black women, white men don't even realize that they love each other when they meet each other. I don't know. It's like we're meant to be together, but we don't believe it. It's like we love each other, but we doubt it. It's like we're attracted to each other, but we really aren't attracted to each other. It's like we're living a life that we're not allowed to live. We're loving each other, and we're not allowed to love each other. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I know it sounds silly, crazy, but that's really what it is. We're told we're not supposed to be with each other. We're told that we're not attracted to each other. We're told that the other is not attracted to us. We're told it will never work. We're told that it's forbidden. But in reality, we're more stronger together than being with our own racial or ethnic group. And that is the truth. Our marriages are more powerful, more successful. As a white man today, if I want a successful marriage, the woman I would choose statistically is the black woman. It's not a white woman that looks like me. She will not love me like a black woman does. She won't. I don't know why. I don't think she can. And same thing with the black woman. She could get with a black man all day, but he will not love her like a white man does. And I know people will hate me for this, but tell me I'm lying. I mean, the marriage stat says it all. The success rate with marriage in our children says it all. But we still cannot believe it. We still don't accept it. Really, how else? What else can I say? It's just the truth is the truth, and the perception is the total opposite. And when we look at perception, we look at it as reality. You heard the term perception is reality, right?
Yes.
Well, truth be told, perception is not reality. It's just your perception. Reality is reality. Black women and white men have more successful marriages. They have more love for each other, but the perception says opposite. And I just, why is that? Why can't we just accept each other? And you know what? If a black woman's better for me as a wife, why can't I have that? Why do I have family members that say don't marry that black woman? Why can't they just say, okay, you love her, we support you? Why are black women called bed wenches when they fall in love with a white man? Why are black women called traitors when they love a man of a different race? Why can't they just be said, you know what? If he loves you, God bless you. In today's America, only 27% of black women are married. And if you take down the stats, only 24% of black women are married by black men. What is going on? Because it's not the lack of love that black women have for black men. It's not. Black women love black men more than anything in the world. But the only problem is black men don't show black women the same love. In fact, black women are having to go to white men to get the same amount of love, and they're finding out that white men love them more than they ever thought possible. And us as white men are finding out that black women are loving us more than white women love us or ever could. But nobody wants to talk about that. Nobody wants to unpack that. Nobody wants to find out why. We're just told to stay in our corner, stay with our own kind, shut up. If you're white, get with your Becky. If you're black, stay black. Or something's wrong with you. That's what we're told in today's world. But true love knows no color. True love knows no bounds. True love is going to go where it goes. And you cannot direct it. You cannot control it. It is what it is. And I say, why do we control love? Just embrace love. And whoever we get it from, embrace it. Be thankful for it. And you know what? You'll find that women you don't know nothing about, that don't look like you, love you more than the women that look like you. And same thing with women with the men. So what are we doing by trying to fight that? Because at this point, it's about survival. At this point, it's about love. At this point, it's about family. Who's going to be a dedicated husband to you or a dedicated wife? Who's the best option for you to be with, for you and your children? Whether you're a man or a woman, that's what you got to look at. Sorry, I got kind of winded on that. But that's how I feel. But that's basically what our show was about.
I can actually relate to that. Because when I was a kid, one of my safe spaces was at my best friend's house, which is like directly next door to where I lived. And like it was a white family, I guess you would call them RNs, right? They were pretty much like a biker affiliated family. And but they were my safe space. I used to read books with my best friend, and I used to go over their place, and that was the safest place that I could go to. Her mom's boyfriend would come home after work and babysit us and look after us and cook for us. And he genuinely took an interest in what I wanted to do, what I wanted to be. And I never had that interaction with a man because my dad was working overseas. And he was the first positive influence of a man that I actually really came across who took an actual interest in my upbringing. He wasn't your typical babysitter that you would feel safe about leaving your kids around, but he was awesome. He um, really cared about what my thoughts were. And he taught me things that my mom was scared to teach me about, and things like that, things to warn me of, um, certain pitfalls, drugs, sex, things like that.
Mhm.
And I'm forever grateful, um, for his contributions to my upbringing. He didn't have to take the time and the effort to do that, but he made it um, his personal. He took it personally. So I'm forever grateful for that. And so I felt like I could be myself around him. And later on, I noticed that I had a similar interaction with other white guys. Um, that it was much easier for me to be around them because I didn't have that cultural expectation that I would have from other Black people, because I don't share a cultural commonality with them outside of skin tone and hair texture.
Hmm.
I don't. My family's from a different country.
Yeah. And you know what that is? That is love. That shows me he loved you for you. It wasn't he loved you because you look like him or you looked alike or had the same culture. That's just love. Love. Um, and I think that's our problem. We got so far away from love that we cheer for people that look like us. We worship who we look like. We worship our skin tones and all this crap. And when we're just people, you know what? People, there is not different races. We all have the same organs. We have the same uh, body makeup. We all have feet. We have hands. We have a heart. We have a liver, and they're all in the same places. You know what? If you look at a black man and a white man, white woman, black woman, our bodies are the same, really. They got the same organs. They got the same things that are inside our bodies. The only difference is our outer skin tone is is either a darker shade or a lighter shade. That's really the difference between us. We can come together. We can procreate with each other. We can have children together. Um, and you know what? We all need the same things in life. We all want to be loved. We all want to be accepted. We cling together. We love each other. We have the same emotional needs. Really, we do, whether we're men or women, regardless of our race. We all need the same things to survive. And the crazy thing about it is we're going to judge each other because we look different. We have destroyed each other because we look different in history. Think about that. Let that make sense. People came from the same place. Adam and Eve was the first man and woman. They have all our DNA. We're brothers and sisters. Truth be told, if you study our DNA and you take it way back, we're all from the same family tree. We are. We're not a different species. We're not a different race. We are a human race. And when we figure that out and we stop the nonsense, I think we could come together more as people than as ethnicities and cultures, and just be people. I know that's simpler said than done, of course. If we all could just love each other, things would be beautiful. I know it takes work, and I know there's evil in the world, and there's evil in every group. And that's a long fought battle that will consume all our lives. But reality is, we're people. You know what? And what's wrong with me as a man thinking black women are beautiful? What's wrong with the fact that I want to be in love with a black woman? What's wrong with the fact I pray to God to have a black wife. Is that silly? People thought I was crazy for admitting that. Well, why would I admit something? Why wouldn't I admit the truth? Why wouldn't I speak truth? Why wouldn't I be honest? I can't come to my God and lie to him and say, well, God, just give me a good woman. I don't care who she is. No, I found more love with black women than any other group of women. So that's what I wanted. Why would I lie about it? Why should I be ashamed of feeling that way? And that's not an attack on any group of women at all. That's just me saying, you know what? This is what I see that's more beautiful. This is what I see that's more loving. This is who I want to be with. And God, let me be with her. Is that wrong? Is that so bad? Because I know every man don't think like I do. But I know a lot of white men think like I do. Just saying. I'm just dumbfounded because we're not looking at the character. We're just looking at, do we look alike? And let's go with who we look alike. Let's just be pro what skin color we have. You know, let's just worship our skin tone. Let's just worship our culture. Let's just worship our grandparents and try to clone our kids to look like them. Seriously? I don't give a damn what my kids look like. I don't care if they're the darkest of the dark or the lightest of the light. I just know they're mine and I love them and I want them to be the most successful. But you know what? I can go there because I don't worship what I look like. I just thank God I got a wife that loves me. That's it. Anyway, I'll stop. Vin. I'll stop. What is that word? I'll stop.
Rambling.
Rambling or yeah, it's rambling or venting or you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I like your unfiltered thoughts. It definitely reveals the heart, and you know, that's why I prefer this channel over a lot of others. It's your heart.
I appreciate that.
Sets the tone of the whole flow of the conversation, and it's really like I come here not just to, you know, get informed, but also to heal. This is a really healing channel for me. So I'm really grateful. I'm really, really grateful that a man is actually stepping up to insert, that corrective perspective on all of this chaos.
Yeah. Well, the thing of it is your heart is your heart. And you know what? You know, the thing is that I can express love for black women. You know why it's so easy for me? You know why? My father never told me I was wrong. My father raised me as a teenage father at 19. He took me. My mom, she left. I still talk to my mom, but it was me and my father for so long. And you know what? He never told me. He said, son, and I told my father when I was young, I thought Donna Summer was awesome. I wanted a wife like Donna Summer. And this is when I was like 7, 8 years old. I was telling my dad this. But he never said, you're crazy. What the heck are you thinking? He says, okay. Well, you're not going to be with her because she's famous and beautiful. And you're just an everyday white boy in a state nobody knows exists. And he was brutally honest, but it kept me humbled. But he says, you know what, son, you'll find a good wife. It's okay. And you know what? He never told me black women, it was wrong to feel the way for black women as a boy. And when I dated, he never stood in my way. My mother, and when I'd have, when I would, spend time with my mom in the summer times, she never stood in the way. My parents, they just prayed that they felt that it's okay for me to have a black wife, but they just prayed that I had a good one. That was their only concern. They didn't care what she looked like. And you know what? I could speak freely. That's why I can go on YouTube and say I love black women. And there's no shame. There's no, oh my God, what will people think of me? I don't give a damn. Where other white men have problems expressing their love for black women, even though they love them more than anything in the world, because there was some conflict. Not me, not my father.
I think we really needed to hear somebody say it because we're inundated and bombarded by so many negative messages about everything about us by men who look like us. And then, it's, that's a lot of psychological violence. You know, it's eroding our sense of self. It's really hard. It's really, really difficult. And so I noticed that it's easy for me personally to build up walls and where I can't even take compliments. Right now I'm practicing, doing that differently. But it's like a skill you have to build up. That's insane. How could you build a skill to accept a positive, feedback? That should not happen, but it's happening to Black women across the country, across the world. And it needs to come to an end because they do too much. We carry too much on our shoulders. We carry entire communities on our shoulders. And being beaten down by our own, it's really, it's disheartening, to little girls wanting to basically self-delete. It's so unfair and it's so unnecessary. Why can't people just be nice to each other? Why can't they just do something easy like just being nice would be nice? I just wanted to stop. We just wanted to stop. Love who you want to love. Just stop humiliating us.
You know what? You're right. And I get so angry. I get so pissed off. I love Black women, and I don't hold back. I say it, and I proudly say it. There's a lot of Black men that go in, oh, you're pandering. Why are you saying that? They get pissed when I say I love Black women. I don't give a damn. I do. And what makes me mad is there's not more white men saying they love Black women. I know Vincent's out there in Fiberton, and God bless them. But I just wish there were more white men that would express it. I know there are white men doing it, and it's growing, but if you love Black women, say it. What are you afraid of? Okay, some say, well, I've heard white men say, I love Black women, but most of them don't like me. Who gives a shit? Seriously. How many Black women you need to love you to have a good Black wife? Seriously. This was my mindset. I remember when I dated at 16, I said, I love Black women. I want to date Black women. I told my friend, they said, why? Most of them won't like you. You might find one or two that like you, but why are you wasting your time? It's because of the one or two that might like me. It's because that is the most beautiful women. That is the best women to have when it comes to relationships, when it comes to marriage. I seen this early on. So I don't need most Black women to like me. I don't need half of them to like me. I don't need a third of them to like me. If only 2% like me, hey, I could find a good wife in that 2%. Can I not? And that doesn't take away the love I have for black women, because it don't matter how many like me or think I'm something. It's I have true love for black women, and I will whether they accept me or not, because I find them the most beautiful, the most valuable. And if I can only get one, thank God I have a wife that will love me forever. That's my mindset. Now, a lot of black women will date white men and are attracted to white men. A lot of them won't admit it because it's not in the norm. They're looked down on if they have affection for white men. And white men, it was that way for us for a while. We would hide it. We love black women, but we wouldn't tell everybody. I get it. But in today's world, what are we doing? I'm just saying. And look, I prayed for a black wife, and I would have prayed for her whether 80% of black women love me or only 1% of black women love me. It just is what it is. The best option is the best option, regardless of what she thinks of you. And people don't understand that because they don't understand true love. They don't. That's it. But sorry, I'm getting long-winded. Barbara, do you want to talk? You haven't talked in a while. I'm sorry. Or Stephanie, you want to say something? I know I've rambled on.
I'll say something. I just want to say, like you always say, go for the best option. And I think when we get together, when black women and white men get together, it's more mature love. I think because we're not going for color, we're going for a culture. We're going for for love, for maturity, and just for the most healthy relationship that you can get into.
Yeah. And like I said, love is love. And look, people have told me black women won't like you. What do you even see in them? What are you doing? And you know what? When you have a general love for women and you think that's the best option, it don't matter how many like you. It matters that you can find one that loves you. And that's the thing. I mean, and I always had that mindset, and I was amazed that, wow, this many black women will date me and will actually do this. But you know what? I was humbled and I appreciated that. I embraced that. I thought, oh, thank God. I prayed to God, said, thank you, God, thank you. Oh my God, I didn't expect that. And that goes with saying that maybe we get together because we appreciate each other. Maybe we didn't expect an awesome union that we have, and when we get it, we're like, oh, thank God. Anyway, I just a thought. But Barbara, you want to say?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I think it's just for the right reasons. But thank you for letting me up, Brent. Thank you.
Oh yeah, no worries. Thanks for coming. I was trying to get Barbara to speak. I don't know if she. You still there? I don't know if she's got herself muted. I just want to give everybody a chance to speak. I know I get long-winded sometimes, and
no, it's great. It's actually, like I said, it's very healing to hear from you, and also I only saw one of your streams when Sandy came up, because I'm really new to your channel, to be honest. I've only been on, I think, seen 4 or 5 streams.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's just really healing to hear from both of you. So speak as long as you like. It's your show.
Well, yeah, but I want everybody to be able to say something. I don't want to hog the mic because, yeah, it's my show, but that's not what I want. Yeah, but my wife, Sandy, we've been married over 28 years. We got married in back in May 19th, 1994. And we got 3 children, 2 grandchildren. Yeah, and we live a good life. I love my wife. And you know what? There have been no regrets from the day I married her till today. I'm just like, wow. I don't deserve this by no means. I'm like, thank you, God, for giving me a wife I don't deserve, and I can live a blessed life. Because if you gave me a wife I deserved, she would be beating the crap out of me, taking all my resources and leaving me in a ditch. Straight up. I'm just saying. But I got a wife that loves me. That's always been there for me.
I could feel her warmth coming through, like when I first saw her. I think it was like last week, or was it the week before last week? You did a post. And,
oh yeah.
Yeah, and when I saw her and I heard from her, I felt like, wow, I could see what he sees in her. She's so radiant and so caring. All of the adjectives you used to describe Sandy were evident the moment she hit the screen. So I was like, wow.
Yeah, you don't even know. Yeah, you don't even know. I mean, I come home from work, and this is our ritual. I get in the shower. We get in our pajamas, and we just wrap up in a blanket, and we just hug each other, and I might kiss her, and just we just cuddle. Let's say that we'll watch TV, or we'll talk about our kids, the grandkids, and I look so forward to that, and it's so awesome. And sometimes we sit out on our front porch, and we can see the city lights down below, because we live in the high desert where we can see the city, and we're just like, it's awesome. And I'm with the one I love more than anything in the world, and it's like.
Have you ever thought of writing about your story? Because it kind of seemed almost supernatural when you were talking about when you wanted to propose to Sandy, and I think you were speaking with your dad and what he told you. Have you ever thought about that, writing down?
When my dad says, well, you know what, you got my blessing, and she's she's beautiful, she's awesome, but you need to stand up for her, and not everybody's going to understand your special relationship you have. And I said, too easy. Yeah, that right there. And it wasn't out of arrogance. It wasn't that I thought I was just so strong I could take on the world. No. What it was is I knew I had true love. And when I say too easy, I just knew we'd make it through anything. And me and my dad talk about that a lot. And he says, you know what? He says, I couldn't believe you said that. But now, after being married all these years, I understand what you were saying. And it wasn't arrogant. It wasn't your ego. It was that you found true love. And that's what it was. Yeah. I mean, in fact, I thought our marriage, and here's the thing, I'm going to let you guys on a secret. I thought me and my wife, Sandy's, our marriage would be a lot tougher than what it was, because of the racial thing. I thought we would have white supremacists come in on us. I thought, you know what, it would be so crazy and it would be so hard. But actually, it was a lot easier than I thought. Yeah. Come back on, young lady. Dang it, I get long-winded and.
Yeah, but I think it would make a really, really interesting read to hear your story, because like I said, it seemed almost supernatural, because especially when you were talking about the dream, and when and that Sandy's dad had passed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and how like when your dad said those words to you, it to me it struck me as though it was her father speaking through your father. The words that her father would have said to you. Um,
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I remember. Was that you that said that? Because I remember I looked at
yeah,
that and I was like, oh, well, maybe that's what it was. Um,
yeah, yeah, that was me.
that, yeah, and I thought about that. My wife said something like, you know what? That's probably your father speaking through my father. I'm like, okay. Um, but, there were some things that happened when I met my wife. There was, I remember my grandfather says that I got faith I'm going to see my great grandkids before I pass, right? And my grandfather was already in his 90s, and I was a young guy in my early 20s, and I'm just he kind of looked forward to this, like he knew it was going to happen. And I'm just like, I wasn't ready for marriage, but then again, I was ready for marriage. Um, the next day I met my wife after he told me that. I remember we went on a camping trip with my father and grandfather, and he was talking about family and marriage, and he was excited about me getting married. And I'm just like, what are you? I was just dumbfounded. What are you talking about? But it happened so fast. It was like he was prophesizing my future with my wife, Sandy. And I remember he said that I was dating Sandy when we went on that camping trip. And I kept dreaming about her every night. And I kept dreaming. I was asking God, can I marry her? And without no reply or nothing, I just remember asking, can I do this? Um, what's
Wow.
that mean? But I just felt I had to be with my wife. And I remember not long after we got married. And, time flies by so fast. Before you know it, my first daughter was born. My grandfather got to see his great granddaughter. And then my grandmother passed, but then my grandfather got to see his great grandson, and then he got to see his great granddaughter. Okay. And then fast forward, my younger brother, that's 12 years younger than me, he got married down the road, and my great grandfather got to see my brother and his son and daughter. So he got to see all 5 of his great grandkids before he passed, which he prayed
Wow.
for, which he talked about, which that was everything to him. He knew his life was short, and he was okay with it. He wanted to see his great grandkids. And the crazy thing is he did. He got that. And it was almost like he prophesized my future before it happened. And maybe it's just coincidence. Um, Hey, Therese Muse, you could come back on, young lady. The link's up there. I know you dropped off. I'm sorry I got long-winded. Um, yeah. But the thing of it is I know it was of God because it just went so smooth. Things happened so it was easy. Even when we dealt with hard times, it was easy. Even when we were Look, I told you guys about a job I had, a great job I had to quit for a better job and ended up with no job. And somehow we were able to pay our bills. Somehow I made it work. It wasn't me, it was God. And my wife didn't have to take on a job or nothing. No, it just worked. Things, when things are meant to be, I think they'll work out. I think that you'll be blessed. Um,
Thank you. I'm really grateful for this opportunity to get to come on here.
Oh, I thank you for coming on. It was good talking to you.
Thank you.
I know Therese got kicked off, but you could come on, young lady. Come on up. Before I close, you say a few words. Barbara, are you there?
I
Okay.
think she's AFK, but I'm gonna come off here, and I guess Chelsea's gonna come on. So, thanks again, Brett.
Yeah, well, Tressie could come on. I hope she does. But yeah, thank you for coming on, young lady. And I'm so sorry for what you went through, young lady. No young lady should ever go through that. And embrace yourself, embrace your beauty. And you know what? If you need therapy, if you need anything, you get it. You know what? And I can't even comprehend what you went through. I don't know. I've heard stories, and look, I pray for you, and I pray to God that God gives you the best man on earth. Seriously.
Thanks for the blessing.
And you're welcome here. You're welcome on my channel anytime.
Okay.
I'm going to give you the VIP status, and you come on anytime.
Thanks again.
And no matter what we're talking about, you come on, and you say how you feel, even if it don't go along with the topic. Okay.
Okay.
But I do appreciate you coming on. It breaks my heart, the stuff you said, but I'm going to pray for you. And I think God has, a blessing for you. And I could tell your heart is pure. And even though you went through that, most people will have so much anger, but you still have love in your heart. And there's still hope. And I love that about you.
Thanks. I'm still holding out hope. I know the guy that I think is right for me, the one that my mom would feel comfortable with, closing her eyes and leaving me with, is out there. I just have to. I'm working on my bravery. On meeting people. That's kind of my Mount Everest at the moment. So, just speaking with you actually was a feat. I would never put myself on a broadcast ever. So this is a first.
Well, I'm glad you did, because you know what? Sometimes just talking with people, you know what? Sometimes that's healing we need. Sometimes when people just listen to us. And you know what? I'm going to do more than listen to you. I'm going to pray for you. I have love for you, and I don't even know you, but I'm going to talk to God about you. And young lady, just be your beautiful self. And
thank you.
You know what? And I'm grateful you came on. Though your story broke my heart, you made my night. And I'm glad you came on. I'm glad, you decided to come talk to me and everybody on the panel. I'm really thankful. It was a blessing. And
It's a privilege to be on. So with that, I'm gonna wish everybody have a good night, and I'm looking forward to the next broadcast. I'll see you soon.
Oh yeah. Okay, see you soon. Thank you, young lady. God bless you.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Have a good night. Oh, I will. All right, Alexander. I wish I could come on, but I'm worn out. I'll join next time. Okay, brother. I get it. You work hard, and hey, Alexander, brother, you're the diamond in the rough. I love you, brother. You're my brother. Okay? You keep up the good work. Alexander, keep up the good work, brother. You are that man. You are the diamond in the rough. I'm not going to call you a unicorn because that sounds kind of gay. You're the diamond in the rough. Okay. That's what I'm going to call you. The diamond in the rough. You sound so great. Yeah, Butters. Hey, you know what, young lady? Thanks for coming on. And God bless you. I will eating dinner now, thanks. Yeah, Teresa, you can still come up. I wanted to hear you talk. I wanted to talk to you, young lady. And you could come up. I'll give it a few minutes. Come say hi. Are you eating dinner now? Okay, that's cool. But thanks for coming up. I'm sorry I got long-winded, and sometimes you might say, hey, shut up, let me talk. And I'll do that. I just love talking to you guys. I do. And Therese Muse, you are a VIP. You're welcome here anytime. Okay? Just let you know that. And God bless you, young lady. I will be going on Sunday. I'll be going on tomorrow. I'm going to take tomorrow off, but Sunday I will go on. I'll do another live, and you guys come up. If you want to talk to me, let me know. Barbara did great. Hey, Barbara, you want to say something? Young lady, let me know what you think. Hey, tell me. Okay, you're on. She's got her mic muted. I wanted to hear from her. Sometimes I talk too much. But yeah. Guys, I'm going to have to close this. This has been 5 hours. How did we do a 5-hour show? Oh my God. You know what? I talk too much, don't I? Do I talk too much, guys? I don't know. I just get caught up in my feelings. I just do. I love Black women. I think they're the most beautiful, most loving. And I wish, the best for Black women. They are the most beautiful, the most loving, the most nurturing. Yes, the most feminine. Yes, the most. They are all that. And these trolls would say opposite, but they're stupid. But anyway, just let it flow. I'm going to let it flow. Okay, guys, I'm going to close with a song tonight. No, I'm not. I don't want to torture nobody. Barbara, come on up. What do you got to say, young lady? Are you there? Okay. Maybe she's not on anymore. But anyway, guys, I'm going to go ahead and close this. Have a good night. God bless you and your families, and I'll see you soon. I'll see you guys Sunday. This was a fun live. It lasted longer than I thought, like every other live. Yeah, Barbara did a good job. Yes. Next time I will be eating dinner now. Thanks. Yeah, Therese, come on up. Young lady, please. I want to talk to you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. You know what? You're what keeps me going. You're what makes this worthwhile. You're the ones that make me talk all night because I love you so much. But anyway, have a good night. God bless you and your families. And I'll see you guys Sunday, okay? Have a good night. God bless.